Guerrero's right about the shoe. The shoe was not the same in the picture shown in court as the shoe pulled from the evidence bag by Trooper Bukake.
And you mentioned you're at the hospital. There was a sneaker. One.
Yes.
Bukake!
Woo! Good afternoon, my friends. I hope everyone's doing well. It's good to see you guys. As always, it's always very good to see you guys. So yeah, man. So we're just gonna kind of kick it. I'm gonna go over Aiden's hearing Friday. It's pretty quick. I might even speed it up. Because I know a lot of people are like, okay, everybody fucking went over that when it was on, and then that night. And I'm like, yeah, I know. But and yes, hang in there, Erica. I see you. Just hang out with me for a minute because I feel like you need to hear this. But I'll get to that in a second. But yeah, I have not shared my thoughts on it. And if anybody's interested, if anyone's interested, I will share those thoughts. So that's what I'm going to do. The wrenches thing. Okay. There is a community post that explains it. I don't think any clearer than I possibly could. There's a community post that I posted, letting people know that most wrenches I took. It's not because it's not a punishment or anything like that. Erica already knows. She's like, yeah, I'm fine with it. I don't care. Because she's not an idiot. She's not going to take it personally. She's, because it is not personal at all. Well, see, I am beyond that. I don't think that I think that if there was a glitch on YouTube, this would have been corrected by now. I don't think that it's in YouTube's best interest to do things that would hurt the 30% of income that they get from all of these different creators without fixing this glitch pretty quickly. I think that would be right. It's been happening for months. But before we get into all that,
I think we got a super chat.
Super bad.
I think we got a super chat.
Super bad.
Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
North Dakotan, thank you so much. Thank you for taking us along on your trip. Yes, I wish I would have made more content out of it. I'm sorry that I didn't. But yeah, I'll tell you all about my trip. It was eventful, to say the least. That's exactly the issue, Erica, and I'll explain why it's such an issue. The issue with that is simple. I cannot prioritize the people in my chat. I cannot prioritize the people in my chat or the people in my chat with wrenches over the people who just support just to support because they love being here. The day that I forget how important those people are is the day that I shouldn't even be fucking doing this. Because it's still, after doing this for over 7 years, still, it is mind-blowing to me that even 5 people give a shit about watching this channel. So everyone here, even though I'm quick to tell people to fuck off, you're all very valuable to me. Every one of you guys are. And I think it sucks when there are people who will just happen to be part of this channel. This is a big part of their life. They make it a big part of their life. They make time to watch us. I get emails all through the years. I've gotten emails and messages from people telling me how inspiring I've been to them, and how kind I've been, and how happy and how much joy I bring their lives. And I cannot, I'm not going to forget that. I can't forget that. I can't keep that as, I can't make anything else my priority over that. That's why I do this. That's why I love to do this. And that's what's important to me. Now my wrenches are also very important to me. Everyone who I give a wrench to is because they have stood out to me as either just bright minds who give great insight, and I don't want to miss their comments, so I'll highlight them. A lot of times they're creators, sometimes they're just people who just have great comments. So but if someone is abusing this power that they have with a wrench over my channel by just hiding whoever they feel like it, that's something that I just can't have. I think it's childish, and I think it's just plain disrespectful. It's disrespectful to me. It's disrespectful to the other members of the community. So, you know, it's just, I like getting nice messages. I don't like getting messages from people saying, hey, I'm hidden on your channel. What did I do? You know, I've been following you for so long, and I'm so grateful for you. And then I'm blocked, and I don't know what I did. Me, I'm the kind of person that, like, if I get blocked from something, I'm like, okay. But for a lot of people, it's a bigger deal. And I have to be a bit more considerate to those folks. And I have to protect them to the best of my ability. It's my duty to do that. It's a moral duty that I have to do that. So I mean, so that's it. I mean, like I said, it's not personal. I really, 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 really wish that in the analytics, YouTube had a system where they could tell me exactly every event that has taken place. I know in any there's certain power within a computer system at a job that a manager has that people using the same computer system throughout their entire shifts don't have. And when a manager does something like change someone's time because they forgot to clock in when they came in, but they got here, I knew they got here at that time. And so I will go ahead as a manager and change their time to the right time so that they get the proper pay that they worked for. And there's always, sometimes what people will do is they'll carefully watch you change. They'll carefully watch you type in your password. And then they'll go in there, use your password, and change things. So it becomes a thing where I have to like see who used my password. Was I even here? Did they change the time? And do I have to look at the cameras and watch and see who was at that particular terminal? And that was the time my password. But there's always an event list that you can reference and look at. There's always an event list that you can reference and look at that tells you that someone and who it was, that someone did this and who it was. And in this case, I just wish that there was, and what I'm asking for is something very simple. It's not somebody using my password. It's somebody just using a wrench that I gave them to be able to hide people, to be able to share links and whatever. But whenever someone does share a link, I should be able to see in an event timeline what user did that and what time they did. And I don't think that's too much to ask of YouTube, so that I can manage my channel efficiently, and I can consider all these supporters efficiently. So until that works out, my only solution is to take away most wrenches, and then see if it's still a problem, take away more if I have to, and then slowly start giving them back. But in the meantime, those of you who still have a wrench are people who have either been supporters of this channel for almost the entire time I have been on YouTube, who have had wrenches for a long time before I even started talking about Karen Reed and Turtleboy. I think I think they've earned that. And so, yes, Mazza, again, it's not personal. Everyone's is. Most everyone's is. Turtleboy's is. Okay? It's not personal. I just have to figure out. I am doing what somebody who would responsibly manage their channel would do in this situation. I truly believe that, and I stand by it, and that's what I'm going to do. No, not just Cherry. There's quite a few. There's quite a few who don't come in that often, but they still come in. Now, I did take wrenches from people who I haven't even seen in my chat for God knows how long. And then I'm just like, okay, yeah, they have no interest in the channel anymore, so they don't need to have wrenches on my channel. So but again, I realize I'm a realist. I know that there are people that I'm sure like would never abuse their power with the wrench, and slowly I'm going to be giving wrenches back. But the ironic part is those people are not going to give a fuck that they don't have a wrench in my chat. Those same people. So that's how I'm going to do this. And I'm sorry if this makes anybody feel any type of way. I couldn't be any more clear on how I'm explaining it. So I don't feel I could. And so I'm sorry if that explanation is not good enough. But for those of you who are not taking that personally and still want to hang out, and if you had wrenches because I found your comments very valuable, hopefully I will still see them. Maybe not as easy, but you know. And it sucks because there are people who I've been thinking about giving wrenches to, and now I can't because I'm now taking them and not giving them. So let me see this real quick. Yeah, sorry, I was looking at a text that I can't really address right now. Right, just a little growing pain. That's all it is. That is all it is. So yeah, like I mean, me, and as far as I know, I'm still cool with Nurse Kim, but Nurse Kim took my wrench days and days ago. I don't even remember when it was, but I understood why she did it, because she had somebody in her chat with a wrench who showed his ass and show his true colors. And so she was like, man, I gotta rethink this whole thing. And I don't blame her. That's absolutely something that almost every creator goes through at some point. Always there's drama, there's wrench drama. This is not wrench drama. This is just me trying to troubleshoot an issue and doing the best I can to fix it. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, and I don't blame her. Like Jimmy, Auntie Deb doesn't even have wrenches. Nobody has a wrench on Jimmy's channel that I know of. You know what I mean? Like, so, you know, I'm gonna have to do my best to manage the chat myself when Cherry's not here. But luckily, Cherry is the kind of wrench that can manage a chat by herself of, you know, 5,000 people if it comes down to that, you know? We have a wrench audit on our hands. Yes, sir. This is, I couldn't have put that better, Fervent. And I was really excited when I gave you a wrench and you've been showing up in my chat and I can highlight your comments. I was really excited about that. So yes, that is the best way to put it. Wrench audit. That's all this is. It's an audit. And unfortunately it's necessary, which it wasn't, but it is. So yeah, let's go over this hearing, dude. And I want to give, I seriously, and to do it this, a lot of people watched on my man Broken Baker's and Melanie Little's channel, but I'm going to stream, I think, the Justice Serve TV, because they got the best footage the best coverage. And yeah. Well, that's weird. Justice Served streamed Broken Bakers, but but I guess what Michael was doing was shooting video inside he just wasn't streaming live, but he was shooting video. So we're gonna go over that and hopefully I could speed it up. Yes, okay.
Good morning, Your Honor. Timothy Gradle on behalf of David Carney.
Good morning, Mr. Federer. Mr. Gradle.
And for Mr. Carney, Mark Federer. Good morning, Your Honor.
Mr. Federer. Okay, just to be clear, we've accommodated as many people as we can in the audience. I understand there's some folks outside. The court has opened the matter to Zoom, primarily because of the weather and the parking conditions. I'm not going to say that we're here on Zoom every single time, but to those who can't be in the courtroom right now,
now, obviously, folks, you're going to have to stop what you're doing right now and go give this video a like, because if any video deserves a like from Friday, it's this one, because my man Michael was standing right there 4 feet away from me in the press area and shooting this video.
My son, further note, the court was prepared to come out at 9, but the delay was due to the late arrival of some of the counsel. So, with that, I would remind all parties who are attending by Zoom that any rebroadcast, if you are not qualified under SJC Rule 1119, rebroadcast is prohibited. Those who are qualified are registered as certain free rebroadcast as appropriate. So, with that, my intention today is to cover papers 110, 117 in part, 125, and 127. Those are the matters which deal with the request for the recusal or removal of Mr. Cosgrove as counsel for Commonwealth. Now, before we begin that, particularly Mr. Pepper, just to you, and I know Judge Newell may have talked to you about this a little bit. Going forward, we don't file affidavits as motions. Rule 13 requires a motion to be a motion, to be supported by a memorandum of law, to be supported by an affidavit. The matter we're here for today, there is in fact no motion.
Now, before I get into this, I would be remiss if I didn't just address this. Now, we're going to get back into this any second now, but I have to bring this up. Okay. Now, I can't, it's very limited to what I can see on Twitter. The trolls have figured out a way to get my Twitter account to where it's just useless. And so I'm not able to see much of it. I'm just hearing through the grapevine right now that there is a lot of shit talking on Twitter, and the usual trolls are going like way full force, like hardcore. And let me explain something. This is not new. Okay, people? I mean, come on. Like, you guys are... anything that you hear on Twitter, nothing has changed from the time, at least as far as I'm concerned, but nothing has changed between the time that I left for Boston and have come back. I mean, right, Erica, I mean, it's like nothing pisses these people off than to see loyal support. That bugs them every time. This is not new. This happens every fucking time I go to Boston. Pictures are taken, or not enough pictures are taken, and there's rumors that fly all over the place. Everything is some sort of like, it's ridiculous. It's really stupid. And I just don't think anyone like at this point, like if you're falling for any of this and you're perpetuating it, you're entertaining it, it's just so silly. Like it's really contradictory to actually like support like my channel, Aiden's channel, any of the other channels who are like, nope, everything's cool. You know what I mean? It's really contradictory to entertain that and then like watch us and take us seriously. You know what I mean? Like if we're sitting here telling you that everything is, I mean, if anything, morale is higher. At least for me, it is. Fucking for me, it absolutely is. Every time that I go to Boston, I feel rejuvenated because I get to be with these people. I met people that I have not met yet. Finally, I met them this time. I got to meet MC Kasi G. It was great. I got to meet Connor McManus. I mean, I was really, really happy that I got to meet certain people that I had not met yet when I went up there. And I think I actually met Connor before. But I think that for sure this is the first time I met MC Kasi G. And we had such a nice time, man. We had such a nice time. Like as soon as like, and it all worked out, dude. Like I straight up, I was like, okay, a month ago, more than a month ago, I decided to start dieting, watching what I eat. I would cheat once in a while, but I was pretty damn good with it. And I told myself, even if I cheat on this diet, no matter what, I'm not eating pizza because I want to wait till I get to Boston so that I know that there's going to be an awesome fucking pizza spot. Somebody there's going to know where the best fucking pizza spot is. And then after depriving myself of pizza for so fucking long, I want to be able to eat the best possible pizza in Boston. And it all happened like fucking magic because right after the court hearing in a courthouse that I had never been to yet, and Erica, after the hearing, immediately is like, yo, are you hungry? You want to get some food or what, kid? And I'm like, yeah. I was like, as a matter of fact, take me to the best fucking pizza joint. And she goes, oh, I got you. Like, it's a few blocks down the road, you know? So, because she was thinking about the cold, like giving me a heads up, like it's fucking cold, bro, and we're going to have to walk. And I walk everywhere. I was like, of course, yeah, let's go. Whatever we got to do. She took me to Regina's, which by the looks of it looks legendary. The kind of photographs and autographs that they had, the autographed pictures that they had all over the walls were, I mean, you could tell that this place had made a name for itself. And after having the pizza, I fully understood why. And it was delicious. And it's in the North End, which is the Italian part of Little Italy, the Italian part of Boston there. So it was extremely authentic. Yes. And I was really happy, had a really nice time. And it even picked up because I didn't think Aiden was going to meet up with us, and he did. He seemed like he had other things to do. But I guess we never even discussed it. But yeah, the night before, I had met with Aiden, and the girl he's seeing now. She's very, very kind. Really, really cool. And we had dinner Thursday night. I had a little too much to drink. So I probably wasn't at my best. And it was the first time I drank basically since the last time I went to Boston. I think I had a little hair of the dog when I got back the last time. But I just haven't drank in months, literally months. And so, yeah, I went hard and started drinking fucking Woodfords quick. So, and I drank on the flight, you know? So, I mean, it's first class. So what am I supposed to do? You know what I mean? So, but no. I mean, I don't think it wasn't like there was like, oh, fucking blah, blah, blah. And there was an incident. It was just like the next day I was like, man, I wonder if, I feel like I could have been more lively, you know, and less of a drag. I think I was kind of a drag, you know. I mean, they didn't say anything about it, but when I saw them at court the next day, I was like, dude, yeah, I don't know, man. And he was like, yeah, you seemed a little down or whatever, but you know, but okay, yeah, it makes sense. He was like, I didn't even realize you were drunk. And I was like, yeah, I was fucking hammered. So yeah, I was just bummed out for whatever reason. I don't know why. And that happens to me sometimes. So yeah. And then, yeah, I mean, and we had a nice time. And then Saturday I went to the bar downstairs. There's a sporting bar downstairs from the hotel. And I met up with Microdots, hung out with Microdots. You know, I mean, it was, yeah, like it was a good fucking trip. Friday night, the day before that, I totally skipped like one of the best parts. Went out with the mighty one, Mr. Betterow, just me and him. We went to dinner, had a steak dinner, and had a couple of drinks. We didn't go as hard as we normally do, though. But we had a couple of drinks and amazing conversation, just an awesome, awesome time. And yeah, like, and then Saturday met up with Microdots. Like, I had a great, great time while I was in Boston. And then Saturday night was interesting. Maybe I'll get into that later. I don't know. I'm not sure I'm ready to talk about that yet, because like it's funny, but it's also kind of angering. It's kind of infuriating, you know. But so I don't know. Let's get through this real quick, and then we'll see about getting into that.
On file. I'll take it as it sits because it's been responded to. But going forward, if you're going to file a motion, it has to be a motion. It has to be clearly captioned as to what you're looking for. Further, it has to deal with one subject at a time. We're not going to do motions that deal with the entire kitchen sink. It's going to be one motion at a time. It's going to be clearly noted. If you want to put a memorandum of law, again, you have to reference the motion you're dealing with. Further, if you want to put an affidavit, the affidavit has to reference the motion that you filed. If you want to put in a supplemental motion or a supplemental memorandum, it has to list the paper and everything.
Yeah, listen, I think I was a little I don't want to say I think I was a little distracted. But I couldn't have told you why I was distracted at the time because I wouldn't have known. But I just think, yeah, I think that there was probably an underlying feeling while I was there that I never had before. Even though I had a great time and even though everything was dope as fuck with everyone. Thank you, Susan Collins. Every interaction I had with everyone was good. I think that there was an underlying vibe of all the stuff that has happened since the last time I was in Boston. In my mind, not on anybody else, just in mine. I think it's probably fair to say that it was a different feeling in Boston. Not because of anyone else. No one else acted differently, but there were people that I did not see or interact with. You know, seeing Dina is always great. Seeing Scott McGinnis is always great. You know, but there were people that every other time I went up there and saw, and I'm not going to name names or get into it because this is not a petty stream. You know, there are people who, for whatever the circumstances are now, have chosen no longer to support me, no longer to support Aiden, especially. And that is, you know, I guess that might have loomed over me a little bit, but on a subconscious level, I was still much more focused on the gratitude I was having for being around the people that I got to be around, if that makes sense. That overpowered everything, but it would be inaccurate to say that there was no looming weirdness that was there that I wouldn't have been able to pinpoint at the time. But thinking about it now, if I had to, I would say it's just what has occurred within the community since the last time I was up there. And it sucks, you know. I mean, it didn't affect my time. But to say that it wasn't present would not be accurate. So, yeah, it's just different now. It just is.
That you're talking about. Going through this over the last several days and trying to figure out what I'm dealing with took an amount of time, which is kind of absurd because I'm trying to trace back what you're talking about and I can't find the motion. This doesn't exist. So I understand you're not local to Massachusetts. Mr. Braden is extremely experienced and quite good at drafting these things. So
I was going to say, that's my fault. I'm local counsel. I should have made sure that was that way, and we'll make sure that going forward.
and I know that the number 127 is more informed than we used to in this board. So I just want to remind everybody where we're at. And again, not familiar with the area, that's okay. Just going forward, I don't have to sort of parse through what we're dealing with. Nor do I want to have to hear from Mr. Cosgrove saying there's no motion filed. It's a pretty good point. So with that, let's take up the matters that are the moving party. I don't know when to go side, Mr. Braden or Mr. Betterow.
Mr. Betterow,
All right, we'll hear from you.
Thank you.
I understand I've looked at all your motions as well as all the exhibits.
May I, Your Honor?
You may.
Counsel.
Now, I will also say this before the mighty one gets started. I did, in fact, I believe it was late Friday night after I separated with the mighty one here. I did, in fact, have a phone conversation, and a very pleasant one, mind you, with James Jackson. That did take place. I don't remember who called who, because I was pretty inebriated, but I do remember the conversation being pleasant. And I don't think anything's different now, but we were able to be kind to each other. James' call was Saturday. Thank you, Cherry. And oh my God, Sue gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Yeah, and I just wanted to get that out there before any rumors get started, you know, or anything like that, because I'll tell you, I couldn't tell you what was said other than, you know, I would rather keep that between him and I. If it's just as much his conversation as it was mine to have. So he has every right to discuss it however he sees fit, and that's fine. I would just prefer to keep the conversation private, you know, because there was a realness to it that I want to keep a respect for. It was a good thing that happened. And no, I like I said, I don't think anything has changed between us, other than the fact that we know that we can actually speak respectfully to each other. So, you know, it's that simple. I'm going to leave it at that. And I really, you know, I don't care if anyone feels any differently about me about that. No one is ever going to make me feel bad or stupid or wrong about a kind act or acknowledging one. That's something that I will never, ever let any of you do. So, I saw nothing bad come from it, and I don't regret it for 1 second. So, and now let's hear the mighty one.
states that a recent conflict of interest has developed, which ethically precludes him from continuing to prosecute matters in which Lindsay Gaetani is an alleged victim or party. Those are the words of Mr. Cosgrove on September 24th, 2025, regarding his request to be removed from another indictment in which Lindsay Gaetani was a witness, and we'll get to in this argument why she may very well be a witness in this case.
Witness is different from victim, correct?
I'm sorry?
Witness is different from victim, right?
Of course, but as we'll get to, Your Honor, if a prosecutor or anyone has a personal interest that may differ from the Commonwealth's or to a defendant's right to a fair trial, that's something that has to be factored in. The point of that comment, Your Honor, is that Mr. Cosgrove acknowledged that there was a conflict arising out of Ms. Gaetani's claims against him. She has accused him of unprofessional and unethical conduct and has sued him. He draws the line.
I note that the last docket entry in that case was in the process of being settled. That's paper number 15 of that case that was filed just last week.
Judge, whether the civil case continues or not isn't even necessarily the issue.
Explain why that would not be a problem.
Because she has accused him, a lawyer, a former judge, of unethical behavior, and he has a personal interest, understandably so, in defending himself against that. And in any matter in which her credibility becomes an issue that she testifies in a trial, he has an interest in discrediting her, which may be very different from the Commonwealth's interest, which I'll get into as to why that may be. But the point is, calling her an alleged victim and that there's a conflict because of her allegations against me, merely being a witness in a case in which she may testify, as the difference which somehow makes his personal interest, acting both as a criminal prosecutor while serving as a civil defendant and potentially cross-examining your civil accuser and your lead detective is a civil co-defendant who has also been accused of misconduct, undermines the public confidence in the proceedings and demonstrates that a prosecutor could have a personal interest. The bottom line, Your Honor, the difference between witness and alleged victim is a distinction without a difference if the prosecutor has a personal interest which could significantly impact his representation of a party in the case. That's the Rule 1.7 issue. Now, Mr. Cosgrove has replied that, well, we're not going to call Ms. Gaetani as a witness, and that's certainly his right, for the time being anyway, as the prosecutor for the Commonwealth. But the defense may very well call her. Her credibility will be an issue, obviously, if she testifies in this case. At that point, having a prosecutor who has been accused of misconduct, who is named as a civil defendant, attacking her credibility and attempting to defend the credibility of other witnesses whose credibility could be impeached by Ms. Gaetani, is a problem. It's a problem because the jury would have a right to know what the prosecutor's interests may be. It's not. That's a decision that has to be made by a disinterested prosecutor.
What if he got someone else to prosecute?
That may or may not solve the problem.
I'm not even trying to lie, bro. I was like, when Mark was really like almost kind of short with the judge, I was like, I mean, half of me was like, fucking go Mark, you know? The other half of me was like, dude, are you sure? Like, you know what I mean? I was like, yo, but the fact of the matter is that he didn't give the judge an inch. He was just engaging. He was going to drive his point home. This is what he was there to do. He was there to argue a motion, a very important motion, to disqualify a special prosecutor in a case where a guy totally got railroaded. And the person that they used to railroad him is now suing him. And the detective that spearheaded the whole thing. And threats of disqualifying Michael Morrissey and the DA's office. And I swear to God, I had a hang up with this. I don't remember who it was. I think it was actually Aiden that I was having this conversation with, where I was like, he was saying that the DA was already disqualified from the case. And that's why he's using a special prosecutor. But I thought that he was using a special prosecutor, unless I just missed it, because I am stupid like that, and that shit will go right over my head. But I thought that Michael Morrissey was still Robert Cosgrove was still under the employ of Michael Morrissey of the Norfolk County DA's office. If I'm wrong, please correct me, because I don't want to get that wrong. I don't think Mark was short. I mistook that. He was just asserting his argument That's what he's supposed to do. I not knowing, being a layman, I just didn't understand that fully while watching this in the courtroom. But yeah, that's what I thought. I thought they were trying to remove him because she's now threatening to sue Michael Morrissey.
Certainly, it would with the direct examination of her.
He's not going to call her. He's made that clear.
I understand that. What I'm suggesting to the court is you may very well do that.
And you have to get permission from the court to do that because you have to show me that's relevant. But that's another issue down the road.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, respectfully, why it may be relevant. Beyond just the substance of her testimony, Mr. Cosgrove addressed the substance of her testimony as it relates to the allegations against Mr. Carney. She also may very well be a witness who can expose bias of other important prosecution witnesses, who could expose conduct on behalf of some of those important prosecution witnesses, conduct which is not at all consistent.
Well, let's get to the number, all right? Because I've read all your materials, so you don't need to repeat the argument to me. Look, as I understand the issue here, this guy Tommy, that's the correct pronunciation, is it not? This guy Tommy has an interaction with special
It's actually Gatuni.
prosecutor Mello in December, I think the 24th, was it, or the 23rd?
Something like that.
Of 2023. It's around that time that she's alleged to have some interaction with Ms. McCabe. Is that correct?
Amongst other times, yes.
Around that time, it's my understanding, based on the evidence you presented me, around that time, Ms. McCabe urges her to go to the grand jury, do the right thing, go to the grand jury, something along those lines. Right, is that correct?
In substance, but I think it's interpretation of it, and the witness might expand it.
I understand that. All those events occurred 6 months after the events that are in play here. So the relevance of those events is only as to the credibility, potentially, of Ms. McCabe. Now, you might be able to get into that. You might be able to even confront Ms. McCabe. But then you have to raise an issue of whether or not you get into a trial within a trial, so to speak, the extrinsic evidence rule, which takes us to whether or not she is even going to be a witness to talk about potential bias after the fact. This is after the fact bias.
Yes.
On an issue which, frankly, I'm struggling with a little bit, because nobody contests the acts here, all right? Mr. Carney is a citizen journalist, sort of a new breed of journalist, correct? He presents to this court that all his activities are fully protected under the First Amendment. It's a very reasonable argument, okay? Mr. Cosgrove says different. He says this is witness intimidation.
The Discord thing, Cherry's kind of letting you guys know what's up with the Discord. So before I had a lot of members, Cherry ran a members only Discord where it was just basically a place where the people who are members can always interact with each other. They don't have to wait till I'm live to interact with each other and chat. You guys could just hang out and share gifs and, you know, share giffies and memes and shit and talk shit and have fun. And, you know, we don't like to do the drama in there. I know, especially since I started doing petty streams, that might seem hypocritical. But I don't like to, I think that's where all the worst shit talking and all the worst drama actually gets spun and takes place is in private group chats. I get stressed out by that shit. I can't, like, I hardly ever interact in the Discord because I get stressed out. It's too much. It's too many people talking. It's too many people with crazy opinions that I'm like, dude, what? I get stressed out, and so I don't. So I just don't a lot. And that's why, like, I can't even really access Twitter, and the trolls just keeping me off of there. Like, we're kind of mutually happy in that sense. Cause like, honestly, I don't miss it. I don't miss it at all. I mean, now I guess like the stuff that I talk about on petty streams is fair game. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, bottom line is, dude, if you come up with a funny LTL fucking meme or something, man, drop it. You know, like, you guys have every right to have your feelings about this shit as I do. And if I'm doing petty streams and we get to be petty, you guys get to be petty too. So, yeah, I mean, but like fighting with each other and spreading rumors about other people without any, you know, just that kind of stuff, it just gets me, makes me feel gross. Yeah, you know, I try to keep that stuff to a minimum, and Cherry does an amazing job of managing it. So, but there's a lot of members now. So and no, it doesn't cost money. I mean, your membership gets you in there. So but there's a lot of members now, and yeah, gifted memberships just the same. And you you'll the way it works is you'll email Cherry your proof of membership, whether it be your receipt for purchasing the membership or whatever, like the email saying you've been gifted a membership or something, and screenshot that, send it to Cherry, and then she'll send you an invite into the Discord. So you can't like share the invite with anybody else, like it's exclusively for you. So and that'll get you into the Discord to just hang out with people if that's something you want to do. But yeah, I again, I know I'm not selling it very well because but it is an option for people, because I know a lot of you guys like to interact with each other, and so I like to give that option. I like to make that option available if I can, to give you guys a place to continue to interact.
The motivation of Ms. McCabe to his acts is tangential, by and large, is it not?
Judge,
I know she's going to testify, yes, I was exhibiting. But the main factor here is the nature of the comment, which is recorded voluntarily and recorded. Now, you are correct. There's an excellent argument to be made.
And I'm going to be honest. Now, Mark would never say anything. This is just my own personal observation. But oh my God, she's like, Texas just gifted 10 memberships. And I'm realizing this now. I didn't realize this then. And I certainly, I'm just realizing this watching this again. And I guess it hits different when I'm watching it from not being in there. Because a lot of things are I'm listening to what's being said, and I'm most focused on what's being said. Here, I'm listening and I'm seeing this judge seems to be pretty condescending towards Mark. And I wonder if the mighty one is kind of getting pissed about it. It feels like that. Like maybe that's why Mark is just like, dude, Mark has an air about him that's just kind of like, listen, okay, it's not a matter of this. It's not a matter of that. So it's pretty funny. But I think that this judge is kind of coming off like the way that he's talking. It makes what's weird about it is it's one of those things where I kind of like him. I think he's articulate. I think he's being clear. I didn't think he was being combative. I think what he was doing was flushing all possibilities out. You know what I mean? Like he's trying to make a decision here, and it's a big decision. It's whether or not to remove the special prosecutor from the case entirely. So this judge has to weigh everything out here, and he's going to challenge the person arguing the motion as much as he possibly can. But the way that he's doing it right now seems so casual and almost like, yeah, but you're not telling me anything here, man. What do you want me to do? Like it's kind of like that, but he's so articulate and it's almost relaxing, like the way that he talks. I like the way he talks. So it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. And I'm wondering if I'm on Mark's end of that, is that going to piss me off? You know what I'm saying?
Perhaps that guy Tommy and Genduso McCabe may have all had some idea that they were going to get together and get his bail revoked. But that's not what this trial's about. This trial's about what happened 6 months before. So you got to draw me to the relevance of that.
Her bias and motive against him, whether before, during, or after, I would suggest is certainly relevant. Moreover, it's not after. It's not. Judge, you mentioned a moment ago about the fact that she's going to come in and say, "I felt."
This is what the judge seems to be hitching on, right? He's saying, "Well, how is she relevant?" Right? She's suing him, but the case is about the stuff that happened with the McAlberts and all of that crap. She just ended up being somebody that he was banging, and then they used her to fucking revoke his bail. That has nothing to do with what he was already on bail for. That's the judge's argument, and I get that. I actually do get that. So, and it's not something that I thought of. You know what I mean? Like, I have been looking at this from the simple cut and dry thing here. Like, dude, this woman is totally a conflict. Like, this is a total conflict of interest. She's suing this guy and she's a witness in the case. So when it comes to her testimony, this judge thinks, well, just getting somebody else to cross-examine her is the solution here, right? So, but who are they going to get to do that? Who the fuck are they going to get to do that? Now, my concern is that, because I don't think they're going to get anybody to do it, right? My concern, though, is that they do, right? My concern is that they actually do. And this whole Gatuni thing just turns out to not be jack shit, because then the judge is just like, well, this is what I said. This was my, and he's going to control the questioning. And he looks at it like, well, that's the solution here, because he's going to try to find a solution that's not disqualifying the special prosecutor from the case. You see what I'm saying? Like, he's not going to try to find reasons to disqualify him. He's going to try to find reasons to not disqualify him. And that doesn't mean that he's dirty. And that doesn't mean that he's in on the fix. That just means this is a big deal. This is actually, in my opinion, what a impartial judge would do. Now, I could be wrong about that, but I think that's actually what an impartial judge would be doing. But we all understand Mark's entire argument here is this woman, he's trying to say that her credibility is completely shot, which also kind of fucks up his credibility. Mark wants to take him off the entire case, because how could a guy who thinks that her credibility could be taken seriously by a jury when she's suing him, and he's got a personal interest in her credibility, which she now doesn't have. There's no credibility for her to have here, which in turn makes him, this is where Mark, I think, is making the argument, this in turn makes him not credible and capable of prosecuting this case. What does this say about the way he looks at the credibility of his witnesses? You see what I'm saying? So, but the judge is like, well, hold on. Let's break this down, though. And he's hitched on this whole, well, Gatuni didn't even come into the picture yet for the other stuff he's charged with. You know what I'm saying? So what are we talking about here? And Bettero's basically trying to give the argument without going beyond that whole my brother-in-the-law thing that he's got going on here. And by the way, Mark and I did not discuss this case when we went to dinner at all, actually. We don't do that. We talk about fun shit. Like he's a big movie and TV series guy and all that kind of shit. Like, it's like we just kick it like homies. Like I wouldn't even know that I'm really talking to a lawyer. I did not have dinner with that guy. I had dinner with Mark, So yeah, this whole thing, I get what Mark's trying to do here, because he can't go outside that whole brother in the law shit, you know, that respect that he has for another court officer, for another lawyer. That's important to maintain. So he's got to really tread lightly when he's basically trying to discredit him and what his intentions are, because he's not challenging his ethics. He's saying, but, you know, like, I'm not challenging his ethics, but this can't be something that we're overlooking here. This is a really, really important thing. He is being sued by this person, and he still wants to use her as a witness. Why? Why aren't we asking why that is? You know what I mean?
Or I was emotionally harmed. I think we would all agree that would be relevant about what the impact that these horrible allegations had on her. There will be evidence through electronic communications between Gaetani and McCabe, which Gaetani may very well have to authenticate as a witness, because frankly, we don't assume.
Now, this is interesting, because he's also saying that there is messages between Gatuni and Jen McCabe, right? Now, that's important, because what does that do? That ties the witnesses in from before Gatuni to Gatuni. You see what I'm saying? So this is a problem. So the well has been poisoned, is kind of what Mark's painting the picture here of.
Take any guess what Miss McCabe will say, where shortly after Mr. Carney was released from jail, from what Your Honor just spoke about, where Miss McCabe recruited Miss Gaetani and orchestrated surveilling him from various police stations and to other locations, joking about going on a stakeout. In other words, conduct not consistent with her being intimidated. Those actions will also corroborate.
Intimidation doesn't have to last forever. The intimidation, we're trying one slice at a time. That's the bedrock of any criminal offense.
Of course,
but not trying his entire life, we're trying that moment.
But these are questions that have to be posed to Miss McCabe, and she'll have and should be forced to answer them and explain them.
I don't necessarily disagree with that.
Okay, so
Right.
the point is, we don't know.
So now he's saying this affects Miss McCabe's, this potentially affects Miss McCabe's testimony, because you better fucking believe we're going to ask her what her connection to Gatuni is, because she's claiming to be a victim of this guy, but she's fucking stalking him. And we're going to ask her about that. So yes, it's absolutely relevant. This is why Mark is saying that it's absolutely relevant as to these witnesses and the incidents that took place prior to his bail being revoked. That why their testimony, how Gatuni suing Robert Cosgrove and him having a personal investment in her credibility is going to affect the Jen McCabe and McAlbert situation.
Say. We know, based upon messages that we've seen, which would need to be authenticated, presumably what Ms. Gaetani will say about these issues.
Which seems to move time from pole to pole, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, it seems like her allegiances have changed as this case has developed.
She is, without question, a unique witness, which raises another interesting point, which could lead to the possible conflict with Mr. Cosgrove. She is a former prosecution witness, there's no question. She testified in grand jury. She testified at a trial called and vouched for by Mr. Cosgrove.
Quite enthusiastic, as I understand.
I believe so, Judge. That, no question. And at that point, they had no problem with Ms. Gaetani. But at this point, she's now sued Mr. Cosgrove. She has sued Tully. She has threatened to sue or sent a demand letter to the DA's office. And when that happened, Mr. Cosgrove said, I have a conflict with her, because he has a personal interest in seeing her discredited. And I'm going back to what I first started with, Your Honor. The issue is not because she's an alleged victim. She's a potential witness in this case, and the prosecutor has a personal interest in seeing her discredited. And the critical part comes in the argument to the jury at the end of the trial. When McCabe has testified, it's in Mr. Cosgrove's personal interest that she be credited, Gaetani not be credited. When Tully testifies, it's the same exercise. He's a co-defendant of his.
What's Tully going to testify?
When is Tully going to testify? We're not calling Tully.
Mr.
The mighty one goes, what's he gonna tell? We're not calling him. We don't fucking know. Ask this guy. You know what I mean? Now, I would love for them to call Tully, and I would love for the mighty one to question Tully on the stand. I would fucking love that shit. But yeah, this is wild.
Determination as to whether I'm going to call Tully or whether I need to call Tully. It seems to me that the videos which Mr. Kearney has himself in public documents of his statements and actions that were self-authenticated. I'm not sure.
Well, I think you may have to make a choice here fairly quick if we're going to deal with this issue. But continue. Right?
Look, the bottom line is, Detective Lieutenant Tully is the lead investigator on this matter. Now, that doesn't obligate the Commonwealth to call him, but he is the driving force behind this. He built the investigation. He got the search warrant.
This is not the classic whodunit.
No.
This is not the investigation
No.
where they find evidence on the scene, they develop the evidence on the scene, they trace the suspects, they get phone downloads, they do this, that, the other. This is a very unique set of facts.
Very.
Where the defendant recorded himself and then voluntarily broadcast his actions to the world at large. So the investigation essentially is press record. And then a jury of his peers, all right, would judge the mores of our society to determine whether or not this is acceptable First Amendment or not acceptable.
Now, look at what Aiden's reaction to that right there is. Because I had a real problem with this judge saying this.
Essentially is press record. And then a jury of his peers, all right, would judge the mores of our society to determine whether or not this is acceptable.
You see that right there? Aiden is like, wait a second. What the fuck's he saying? He's saying that a jury has to decide whether or not what I did falls under the First Amendment. How the fuck is that a thing? Huh?
Acceptable First Amendment or not acceptable First Amendment.
The point I'm making, Your Honor, is that Tully...
And I would like the jury of peers to make that decision. I don't want to make it. I want the jury of his peers to make that decision.
The point I'm making, Your Honor, is on this issue, is that Tully is the lead investigator. And certainly I can only speak from my own experience, perhaps others, that it would be extraordinarily rare not to call...
I don't find that to be accurate in my experience. I've seen it happen a number of times.
I've seen it happen.
To my disappointment when I sat over there. Okay.
I've seen it happen, and I've taken that from the other side of the table in prosecuting rather than defending, in letting juries know who built...
Yeah. They didn't call the lead investigator in Karen Reed's case, the second trial.
the case, what is going on here, but the point...
And fairly pointed out by the defense, and you didn't hear from them.
It could be. It may very well be, but that could also lead to the reason why. Okay? The issues surrounding Guy Connie's claim...
No.
...to argue, they're not calling...
No, I absolutely did not. I have a thing where unless it's discussed with me, I'm not going to like bring up too much, and I'm going to go with the flow, but I'm not really going to like bring up much about somebody's shift at work that they just had. You know what I mean? If he wants to talk to me about it, I'm down, you know, but no, I don't. We touched on one or two little things, more about I think his more about his you know, feeling how he was feeling in court. We discussed that to a very, very minimal level. But the rest of the time we just talked as friends about life and caught up, because it had been a few months since the last time we met. And I gotta say, it's something that I have come to very much look forward to when I go to Boston and the Mighty Ones in town is to meet up with him. And the last couple of times it was just me and him, and it was just really, really awesome. Just really just great conversation, engaging conversation, just general engaging conversation. He's just the sweetest, kindest, most moral man that anybody could ever know. He's just a good dude. Like, absolutely, completely, and totally contradicts the cliche about lawyers. Completely. Like, he's one of the most likable people I've ever met in my entire life, if not the most likable person.
Tully, perhaps the jury may be entitled, not asking your honor to make evidentiary rulings now, obviously, but the jury may want to know and be entitled to know why isn't the prosecutor calling it, and might it have something to do with what Gaetani alleges. But moving away from Tully to the larger point, it's not even so much the cross-examinations, or other evidence, which I would suggest are improper, being conducted by a prosecutor with a personal interest in favoring certain witnesses over the one that is suing him. It's the summations, it's the argument. If Mr. Cosgrove has an opportunity to cross-examine Ms. Gaetani, assuming he does, as your honor noted, maybe he won't, but I would suggest, again, that's a decision to be made by a disinterested prosecutor, not one with a personal interest.
Let's define the personal interest.
Yeah, I got to meet Mary B too. That was awesome.
Anybody can bring a lawsuit against anybody, right? You know, he's the actions that are alleged here by Mr. Cosgrove, and most of them, frankly, seem to have occurred prior to his arrival in the case. But the actions are alleged were done solely in his role as a special prosecutor. You know, his immunity is almost impenetrable. Correct?
In a legal sense.
Sir, this is a legal
No,
set.
your honor, my point is this. Personal interests don't rise and fall. They're not black and white because you've been sued or not sued. She has publicly and loudly accused a distinguished prosecutor of misconduct that he himself recognized after the lawsuit was filed. With this lawsuit that we're saying has no merit, what did he do? He sought removal because I'm ethically precluded from cross-examining her. It's the same issue.
Well, I'm not sure.
Right. See, right there, Mark got a little heated because he's trying to drive home this very important point that he just made right now. Like, hold on. He put it in writing himself that he should have been recused from the last thing, but not this. And then they actually argue as to the contents, and Mark totally owned this judge right here. Like, sorry, when it comes to a not friendly, but a very professional exchange of an argument, but that's why they call it an argument, folks. It means that he was not being disrespectful to the judge, and it doesn't mean that there's any disrespect to the judge here. What it means is that in this argument, Mark fucking took it. He just took it. Watch this.
I'm not sure that's what he said, but I'll take that.
Well, Judge, I just want the record to be clear. What he said was, counsel states that a recent conflict of interest has developed, which ethically precludes him from continuing to prosecute matters when Gaetani is an alleged victim or party, and we talked about whether we use alleged victim or witness as the issue. The point is...
That's what I said. That's not exactly what he said. What he said was...
Yes, I'm not trying to substitute that. We're having...
One of these days, I hope, Kasi G, bro, man... Hold on. We got to do this. Hold on. Lola, good dog. Thank you. Hot bench, Judge. Hot bench, slow drip. Judge, slow drip, Cosgrove, mighty goat, Betero. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Lola, the good dog. Because, yeah, this is, hold on, we got to dear sweet baby Jesus, please let one of these men by accident slip and say Gatuni instead of Gatani. Please. Amen. That has to happen. I want that moment. I want that moment like when what's her face said Bukkake. I want that moment so bad. It won't be as funny because it's the word Bukkake. You know what I'm saying? Like, she said that shit in open court. Like, I would love that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, but it's not going to have the same weight because it's not, it's just Gatuni. You know what I mean? But just, I know. Yeah. Julie Albert. Thank you. I know. I want to say Jill Daniels because she looks just like her. And then I just totally forgot Julie Albert. And yeah, like I just want to see that happen, bro. I just want to see that happen. Just somebody, like, whether it's Mark, Tim, the judge because he watches, or actually Kasi G. Like Kasi G, dude, I'm telling you, man, especially appointed prosecutor Robert Cosgrove is a man of advanced years, folks. And when you hear him argue, which I don't think we're going to go over much, because it's a bunch of dribble. But MC Kasi G himself, the real specially appointed prosecutor Robert Cosgrove, actually, when he makes his argument, after he's already corrected twice that there's no case in Middlesex. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. He kept saying Middlesex. And he just kept doing it. He kept saying Middlesex. So I feel maybe specially appointed prosecutor Robert Cosgrove might slip one day and say Gatuni. Lindsay Gatuni. That would be fucking perfect. Because it's the parody that says it. I mean, it would be perfect. It would just be perfect.
Trying to, in my view, suggest that's a distinction without a difference, because he has been attacked. And when he withdrew from the other case, the lawsuit against him was no better or no worse than it is now. So he didn't make that argument back then to say, this is some garbage lawsuit, I have no real conflict. What he said was, I am ethically precluded.
I think, Mr. Cosgrove, you're ethically precluded from one, aren't you ethically precluded from two? I'll come back to this issue of the 2025 investigation.
I just shit my pants.
Go ahead, Mr. Federal, let's talk about the 2025 investigation.
Can I make one point I didn't get to? We kind of got. It's the summations where the real problem arises here. Because if Gaetani were cross-examined by Mr. Cosgrove, in essence, it is almost a free deposition. It is sworn testimony of her by a litigant.
Like, let's get real here, bro. If that was Bev, or even worse, that lady who revoked Kelsey Fitzsimmons' bail, if that was either one of them, Bettero would have pissed them off. It would have got nasty. I feel like that. I feel like that would have got nasty. I don't think that Bettero could have talked with this much passion and this much, oomph with one of them, and them not getting fucking butthurt about it, because they were just there were so many times we saw at least Bev get personal, take shit so personal. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying because they're women. I'm not saying that. I'm just thinking of two judges that I've seen lose their shit. You know what I mean? And Judge Bev, she felt some kind of way, dude. Remember when Alan Jackson was arguing about Fanning overseeing the jury? Remember when he was arguing about that? And she was just like, she took that shit personal, dude. But this judge is like, he's like, yeah, I haven't made this part of my argument yet. And the judge is like, yeah, man, right on. Do your thing, dude. Judge is like, it ain't nothing but a thing, man. Go ahead. That's what we're here for.
Against another litigant in a civil matter in which he has the full power of the government cross-examining, which will benefit his personal interest. Then you go to summations. Presumably, his argument will be Gaetani is not believable, Gaetani is not credible, but McCabe is. Now, those are appropriate arguments by most people to make, not him, because it is in his personal interest, not just as a representative of the Commonwealth, it is in his personal interest that she be discredited. And the jury should know that. Now, I'm not saying that's an appropriate outcome either. The appropriate outcome is that he be removed, because if he's vouching for the credibility, not in a legal sense, but advocating for the jury to adopt Jen McCabe and discredit Lizzie Gaetani, the jury should not be ignorant to the fact that this guy's getting sued and wants her to be discredited. That is not the kind of thing that the public can have confidence in when they find out that the prosecutor who is judging everyone's credibility is discrediting her.
See, this is why I fucking love these brilliant lawyers, man. What I've learned is you got to be a wordsmith, man. When you argue these motions, dude, you got to be a fucking wordsmith. Like the way that, because that's what he's doing. Remember, he's painting this picture because he can't outright be disrespectful. He can't outright imply that this dude is doing something totally unethical. Because it's like, yo, what you trying to say? You know, you trying to say I'm dirty? Where's the cap on that, right? So you got to be real careful. You got to really, really, you know, color in the lines when you're speaking and arguing these motions. And so it's really interesting to hear Betero basically argue this. He's saying there's an ethical issue with it. There's a major issue with ethics here, and he stated it. But he's also saying, he's like, well, I mean, listen to him right here.
And prosecutor is discredited. That is not the kind of thing that the public can have confidence in when they find out that the prosecutor who is...
It's not the kind of thing that the public can have confidence in. See, those little nuggets right there are extremely powerful because the public has to have confidence. He is up there as a specially appointed prosecutor to represent the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And what is the Commonwealth of Massachusetts? It is the people of Massachusetts. He is there to represent the people in prosecuting Aiden Carney. Therefore, that makes him innocent until proven guilty. That makes him entitled to a fair trial. That puts the prosecutor in an ethical position to not have any personal interest in this whatsoever at all. And so the people, he is required by ethics for the people to have confidence in his prosecution of this case, in his ethical, in him being ethically sound to prosecute this case. The people have to be confident. Now, that doesn't mean that he's not ethical. All it means is that how can the public feel confident that he is? And the public is entitled to that confidence. That's all he's saying.
Judging everyone's credibility is discrediting her, crediting another, and it's tantamount to him giving unsworn testimony.
This goes back to the issue of relevance we talked about before, and this is where I'm a little bit hung up. What McCabe does 6, 8, 10 months after the allegations here, the allegations with regard to McCabe, as I can tell, they occur on 6/6, 9/20, and 7/22. Those are the 3 dates where she's alleged to have been intimidated. So none of these matters involving Gaetani develop until perhaps December, right?
Gaetani's, some of her testimony, though, Judge, will corroborate other evidence we have of Jen McCabe's pattern of surveilling Mr. Carney before he was indicted.
But when?
In 2023, July 2023. We have documented evidence of her, the intimidated and emotionally harmed witness, contacting Mr. Carney on social media and alluding to the fact, I know where you are, which is exactly what we're talking about with Gaetani.
That's a fair point to cross-examine. No doubt.
Don't know what she's going to say. From our perspective, having seen some of her other testimony and other proceedings, we don't just...
Yeah, like, see, that's kind of annoying. He's like, the judge is just like, well, that's all the more reason to cross-examine. Like, that's going to come up in cross-examination, right? Sure. You'll have the chance. Like, he's just so fucking like, it's almost condescending. I could see Mark looking at it as condescending. You know what I mean? Lola, good dog, thank you. If the public watches Turtleboy, they've already lost confidence in the Commonwealth a long time ago. That's a good point. It's a good point. His judge is killing me, though. Like, he just so effortlessly just naysays him, and it's fucking annoying, you know? But he does it in the smoothest fucking way, you know? Like, it's, I get Mark's frustration here. I do. I get it.
Assume that she's going to be forthright. And we have a right, she's the star witness of this case.
I mean, know a little more about that. In terms of, if you want to file something about it.
The final point I'll make, to Your Honor, before you have any other questions, is it's important that we're raising this now. This is well before trial. The prosecution is clearly on notice. I don't know where this may lead to what else could be discovered. You know, this is a unique case, as you've noted, and evidence is discovered in all kinds of odd ways, believe me, with how these cases proceed and who shares what and those kinds of things. It's critical for us to make this record now, alert the court respectfully, and because if it comes...
Sup, Bo? Christine Mitchell, thank you so much. I love how Jen McCabe name is all over this. Right. It should be. It needs to be. This woman is awful, dude. Like, I don't, just because people say that the 2:27 a.m. search was debunked, it doesn't mean that it was, because it fucking wasn't. Okay? It fucking wasn't. Ian Whiffen himself says it still shows up, even after the fucking update, that it still shows up at 2:27 and as deleted. What are you talking about? Like, $227 fucking happened. I don't give a shit what you say. And every bit of behavior from her publicly since lines up with it. Because she kept fucking lying about her phone in open court under oath. Because I know she made those fucking calls to her sister. We all know she made those fucking calls to her sister. We all know that there were no fucking butt dials. Sitting here and acting like we're not like privy to this shit is fucking crazy. It's crazy. And the fact is, if you are, and I want to reiterate what Aiden said, I'm going to parrot what Aiden said during his fucking bus stop live stream this morning. I'm going to parrot it because I've said it before too. That there is no fucking way that if you are a Karen Reed supporter and you believe she's innocent, there is no fucking way that you support Turtleboy or you don't support Turtleboy. You want to see Turtleboy go to jail. If you don't support Turtleboy and you want to see Turtleboy go to jail, then you are by default a McAlbert supporter. You are by default defending cop killers. Because everyone who lied on that fucking stand and was inside that house killed Boston police officer John O'Keefe by proxy or directly. That is it. That is it. I'm not going to sit here, dress it up, and act like that's not the fucking case. Just because a bunch of law tubers have been dancing around it this whole time too, saying it but not saying it, I'm fucking saying it. Because if Karen Reed did not kill John O'Keefe, and we know because she proved in court twice that she didn't, then he was killed inside 34 Fairview Road in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022. There is no way anything else fucking happened. Somebody in that house fucking did it, and the rest of the fucking people in that house that saw him fucking lied about it. When they could have helped him, and they didn't. And that is it. If you want to see Aiden Carney, Turtleboy, go to jail, then you support fucking cop killers. Period. Because they're the ones who are trying to get him locked up. Thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to Logic. Pugnacious Paralegal. I find your use of that word to be punctilious.
Up later after a jury is impaneled, there is a risk of a mistrial, and that will not be our fault. And we think at that point,
Listen, Ms. Miller, I know you should be bringing motion. You need to advocate for your client in any way you think is appropriate. I'm just trying to flesh it out here, so I understand
Understood, Your
exactly what issues are. You know, but I'm struggling with the relevance issues. You may have to give me more information on that, so I understand it a little bit better. Because the way I read things, they're much later in time. Now, if you've got something that's more contemporaneous to the alleged intimidation, I think that's very, very relevant. And we'd have to sort of play out how that would come in and look at forward that evidence. So we'll come back to that at some point when you're ready to talk to me about that. But talk to me about this. You motion had 3 parts. Your affidavit had 3 parts. One was the 2024. That's moved.
Now, even still, dude, and what drives that home for me too, even though it was driven home for me long before this, but the jury foreman who just did that interview with, I think, Boston Magazine, that jury foreman said himself, when he saw that fucking taillight on that tow truck, he was convinced something was afoot. That means he believes Karen Reed was framed. I don't give a fuck what you think. That's exactly what that translates to me, that he thinks that Karen Reed was framed. And if Karen Reed was framed and the fucking juror, because what that does is that distinctly changes, that distinctly differentiates the prosecution failing to prove Karen's guilt and Karen proving her innocence. And it is the latter. That took place twice. Through science, through expert testimony, credible expert testimony. And of course, data. And not just the lack thereof, because there was fucking plenty of that, wasn't there? So when the jury foreman tells me this in an interview, it doesn't tell me, but tells me, part of the public, in an interview, that he was convinced that something was wrong there. Now, he could sit there and say, well, that just created doubt. And I had doubt. But that doubt right there, to me, tells him something was fucking wrong. Why didn't they call the lead detective? Everything was wrong with this investigation. Everything. And what this does, all of this does, no matter what little falling outs happen between Aiden, Karen, anybody else, no matter what that fucking does, no matter that shit is happening or not, that validates Turtleboy. Whether you like Aiden or not, if you're a Karen Reed supporter, but you hate Aiden and want to see him go to jail, this is the big dick that you're going to have to fucking gag on. Aiden Carney is validated for everything that he has done on an ethical and moral level when it comes to what he's been charged with. Period. Period. So that just is what it is. I know you don't like it. I know that's a big, unwashed, smelly dick, but you're just going to have to eat it. There's no other way around it.
Third was this idea that I could preclude the executive branch from investigating things in 2025. Can you give me some authority which says I have the ability to do that?
It's a unique situation, Your Honor. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that there is a case law roadmap to what's happening, but what's important to recognize here, you've been asking us these questions about how is Gaetani relevant. She is extraordinarily relevant to what we're calling the 2025 investigation, which results in the search warrants for the phones of Karen Reed.
Which is still pending with Judge Crump.
Right. That search warrant...
Let me play that up 2 ways. What if Judge Crump says he can have access to the phones? Then we'd have much longer issue, correct? Is that going to come into this case?
Well, they're telling us that 2 people are under investigation. I mean, it's hard for us to know, right? I mean, they're attempting allegedly to indict
Thank you,
Mr.
Christine
Carney
Mitchell.
and Karen Reed for actions in which they already tried to indict, and the grand jury said no. And now, 2 years later, with phones that have been gathering dust, we need to look at these phones, and God knows what we'll find. But the point is, the search warrants in that case are critical, and certainly could relate to evidence used against Mr. Carney. There are 2 informants in that search warrant. One of them is Lindsay Gaetani, and the affiant of that warrant is Detective Tully. And there are about 10 paragraphs, and I'm paraphrasing, I don't know the exact number, relying on her, and it is loaded with information which she provided them, and we're back to the personal interest of Mr. Cosgrove. So that really was meant to just inform the court that this is a living, breathing issue.
I will agree that it's a living, breathing issue. It's just not a living, breathing issue over which I have authority.
Fair enough.
When that comes to me, I mean, if it comes to me, I don't know if my special assignment encompasses that. We'll see. But if it comes to me, then we'll deal with that issue. I can find nothing which gives me the authority to restrict that activity. Judge Crump has the authority on the search warrants, and he'll make a decision in due time. But I find nothing which gives me the authority to restrict prospectively an investigation that's being done by the executive branch.
Judge, just before I sit down, and unless the court has any other questions, I just want to correct one last thing. Your Honor had mentioned about a lawsuit being settled. That is not a lawsuit involving Mr. Cosgrove. There's no settlement.
I looked at the docket this morning.
Not with him. That's with other parties to the litigation. It's my understanding.
Well, let me play this up for you. It's, as I said, I have some familiarity with this case. Since I routinely see these motions. It's a very strong motion to dismiss. If that motion is found and heard, again, an accusation is one thing, but it would seem like there's a little bit more. You have to have some substance to it to actually disqualify. But I'll keep an open mind on it.
Does Your Honor have anything else?
No, I've got your stuff.
Thank you.
Anything more?
No, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Braylon, anything more?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Carney, Mr. Cosgrove. If not, if you're conflicted on one case, why are you conflicted on the other? That's the real big question here.
Well, I don't think the two necessarily follow, Your Honor. Obviously, before I filed my motion seeking to withdraw in the other case, I would have been a poor attorney indeed if I didn't think about whether it also required me to withdraw in this case. And the motion to withdraw was, at least I attempted to phrase it quite carefully, to say that I had conflict because Ms. Catani was the alleged victim in that case. Not that she was a witness in that case, but that she was the alleged victim. And as we all know, Your Honor, the Commonwealth does not represent the victim. The Commonwealth represents the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. But nevertheless, it was essentially an argument that I would be making in that case that Mr. Kearney committed crimes against Ms. Catani. That, it seemed to me, put me in the impossible position of raising the suggestion that I was going forward to vindicate Ms. Catani's interests, perhaps to mollify her or to persuade her to withdraw the action against me. That's not the case where she is simply a witness.
Well, when you say the idea that you'd want to discredit her for your own benefit if you get trial?
Well, that's a very interesting point, Your Honor. And there's a couple of problems with it. One problem is this.
Real quick before I forget. So I texted Jimmy about it, but he hasn't responded to me for the last text I sent. But I get notifications for my X account, but I can't get into my X account. So I see them come through, and then they'll tell me like, you know, Auntie Deb mentioned you in a post, and you know, or Auntie Deb mentioned you, or Auntie Deb commented, or whatever. And so I saw a few people, Emily C, and they're saying I'm in or I'm down, and I'm like, I'm tagged in this, but I can't see the posts. So I think there's a channel planning on a fundraiser for Aiden, because I texted Jimmy. I was like, what's everybody down for? And he was like, fundraiser for Aiden. Okay. So who I'd like to know who's the one doing it? What channel is doing it? Because I don't know. I wish somebody would tell me. Because it's likely somebody I'm just going to be like, yeah, of course. But, you know, I still like to know these things. LTL is going to take the credit for what? Oh, it's just in talks. Oh, yeah. We've talked about that. Yeah. He already knows. He already knows, of course. I'm super down, of course. And I have plans of my own to throw my own fundraisers moving forward as well. So yes, of course. Oh, okay. So, and people are just kind of volunteering to be the ones to do it. Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm down too. Whatever. Sure. Of course. Anything I can do.
Is the practical matter. I don't see how any way that I went about discrediting her testimony in this trial would spill over to the other litigation, because it doesn't seem to me.
Okay, that's a really dumb argument, I think, coming from him. And the judge is even considering it. It's wild to me, because he's like, I don't see how her testimony in one factor affects her testimony from another thing. Well, if it's a credibility issue, it means that she's a fucking liar, and we can't trust anything that she says at all. So
that it would be in any way relevant to the other litigation. I suppose I could adopt the defense theory that everything is relevant to every issue, but I don't see how indicating that Ms. Catani was not credible in making statements about the investigation of Mr. Kearney here would have any relevance to an accusation that I breached some sort of duty to her by turning over a police report, which is the contention. Also, Your Honor,
I really truly believe that the root of this entire issue is not so much whether or not specially appointed prosecutor Robert Cosgrove is removed from this case. That's not the core issue here to take away from this hearing. The problem with this issue, the problem with this hearing, the biggest problem, the biggest that I think honestly is that just the judge who does not want to take the responsibility to accept what I believe is his responsibility to decide whether or not this is a First Amendment issue. I think that shirking that on to a jury is irresponsible. I think that sets a very dangerous precedent, because there's a lot of people out there who really don't understand what free speech means. There's a lot of people out there that would love to shut people up, love to shut people down, and just think that they're right in doing so. And that's very, very dangerous. And it is up to a judge to hold that line in a case like this. You cannot leave a decision like that up to the public. It's irresponsible. It is a judge who understands the law and has taken an oath to uphold the Constitution, and that makes it his responsibility. So I find it incredibly disturbing, honestly. If we are First Amendment people, we have to take strong issue with this judge feeling this way. And shifting that responsibility onto the public. That's not, no. I mean, you're taking something that would normally have to go through a voting process in Congress. You know what I mean? Like, to decide if I mean, that's how important this is. And yet it's not being treated that way. The whole world should be watching this and speaking up in defense of Turtleboy. Anyone who values free speech should be doing this. This is a huge deal. And it shouldn't have to wait until there's a fucking movie that comes out about it for this to grab the world's attention. Because this affects everyone. This judge wants to let a jury decide whether or not a man independently running his own journalism business has a right to do what journalists at least used to do. So this is a very, 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 very dangerous precedent to set. Because guess what happens? Then in another case where somebody's trying to fuck somebody out of their free speech, they get to cite this case and go, a jury decided that Aidan Carney did not act under the law of free speech. That what he did was not free speech. He committed crimes. By hurting people's feelings, he committed crimes. A jury decided this. A jury of his peers decided this. That is very, very dangerous. This should not be left up to a jury. That is absolutely, in my opinion, a judge's responsibility. I mean, right. That's all this is. I mean, Aidan exposed everything. They wouldn't be fucking scared of him. And they're not scared of him physically. They know. And they've proven otherwise. They've proven that he has more reason to be physically afraid of them. But they're afraid of him. They're afraid of what he does. They're afraid of themselves being exposed. They're afraid of his ability to get people's attention and show them the truth. That scares the living fuck out of them. What's up, Dina? That scares the living fuck out of them. That's what they're scared of. They are not afraid of Aidan physically harming them in any way, shape, or form. They're afraid of his voice.
Assuming that this even survives the motion to dismiss, and we're talking now about the Middlesex case, I don't think there's any actual dispute. I'm sorry, Whisker. Yes, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, right there. He acknowledges. Oh shit, yeah, Worcester. That's right, Worcester. I forgot. And he realizes he said the wrong place. He realizes he says Middlesex and goes, oh yeah, Worcester. Got it, Worcester.
I don't think there's any factual dispute as to what happened. In my capacity as a prosecutor, I provided Mr. Bradle with the police report in question as discovery. It made its way by whatever means from Mr. Bradle to Mr. Kearney, who then publicized details of it and turned it over to a...
I didn't say Middlesex. What do you mean, Mary B? I didn't say Middlesex. I said Worcester. That's what the judge just corrected him on.
Happened. In my capacity as a prosecutor, I provided Mr. Bradle with the police report in question as discovery. It made its way by whatever means from Mr. Bradle to Mr. Kearney, who then publicized details of it and turned it over to a friend and associate. Whatever
you guys always do this.
Report, as I understand
you guys always do this. Worcester pronounced Worcester, though not many wusses here. Okay. I don't know what that means, but I got it. Worcester pronounced Worcester. Got it. Through many, like, you just spelled out the pronunciation for me, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Over the credibility. I don't dispute that I turned that report over as a matter of discovery. If this case ever develops in Middlesex and comes to fruition, I couldn't possibly dispute that. That's the absolute factual truth. From that point on, it becomes a pure question of law as to whether I breached some sort of duty under the statute to Ms. Gattani under the mistaken belief that I had a Rule 14 obligation to turn this over as the statements of a witness who had testified against Mr. Kearney in another matter and as bearing on her credibility and her possible bias. Maybe I made a mistake. Maybe I was wrong
Kasi G, I'll time you out for fake news, bro.
legally, but that's not a matter of discrediting her. That's a matter that is purely a question of law. And it's also not a matter
How do we avoid the circumstance that she's called this, and there's some relative testimony that she not, you would call her, but the defense calls her. And you're in the midst of cross-examining, and she says, well, this is why I sued you. What do we do with that?
Jack Tripper,
I'm not sure what you do.
member for 19 months, $1.25. Will, hell yeah! Thank you so much.
It's not entirely controllable.
That's why we have skillful Superior Court judges, Your Honor, if I could be a little obviously self-serving in my comments. I'm sure Your Honor told me his prior career, as I have in mind, and your present position has dealt with the witnesses that are difficult to control.
What about the possibility of something that's written? Is that something that's realistic or not?
I didn't quite hear you. Something
What
else
about the possibility of bringing someone in to deal with Miss Gaetano if and she's a witness?
could be done.
Well, it would solve a lot of issues. Fairness, Federal? I mean, you're not contending that the case goes away completely. You're contending that he can't deal with Gaetano.
Unless, Your Honor, I understand what Your Honor is saying, and it sounds at first blush that the idea that if there's some kind of ethical screen, for lack of a better term, that just keeps a separate wall between Mr. Cosgrove and Ms. Gaetani. But if the issue of the lawsuit comes out in any way, whether it goes...
Well, if he's not the one asking the question, I'd be hard-pressed to figure out why the issue of the lawsuit would come up.
It could. Again, I don't know.
But that is my job to control what comes out. But so
Yes.
legally, this is not from a witness point of view, but from a legal point of view. If Mr. Cosgrove is not the one examining the witness, I preclude that evidence because it's really not very relevant. I didn't know. Right?
Your Honor, I mean, look, it's certainly not for me to suggest what could happen. It's for the court to rule and the prosecutors to figure it out. I guess the first question is, why are we having this conversation? Why haven't they done that? Why is this a one-man show when this is a serious issue that there could be peril?
Well, that's why we have this conversation.
Right.
Ahead of time, as you probably noted.
The other thing, if I could just respond briefly, I don't know if Mr.
I
Cosgrove
think
has
he's
done
not done
it.
yet. I just was raising that one point.
I'll hold it.
Cosgrove has barely started, but go ahead.
So it would appear to me what you're saying to me is, if there was a replacement for that issue, that there would be cause.
I don't know that it would. It's certainly a much more realistic situation where you could avoid, no question, having Mr. Cosgrove comment on the credibility of Ms.
I
Gaetani.
agree with you that does happen in trials, not with some frequency, but it's not unheard of for that to happen.
No, it's not unheard of at all. I mean, there are times, again, where you have a prosecutor who takes a statement of the defendant. They have to be a witness. I mean,
And
these kinds of things.
the funny thing is, specially appointed prosecutor Robert Cosgrove has kind of grown on me. I'm not ashamed to say this. He's kind of grown on me. I think that here's the thing. I can't for the life of me figure out what's driving him to prosecute this case so adamantly. But no, I still find him torturous to listen to. Don't get me wrong. But from time to time, he seems to be bordering on full fuck it mode. And then like that'll spill over. And like, I love when that shit happens. And that shit just makes me, that makes me kind of like him a little bit. Like in the sense where like, honestly, I wouldn't like him if, and I'm not going to lie. I wouldn't like him if the Mighty One wasn't saying that he likes him too, because what that does is it allows me to look at him from a lawyer's perspective, sort of, or at least try to understand a lawyer's perspective more or less. And get it, you know, like I'm seeing the guy getting up there. He doesn't want to get up there. He's doing it to the best of his ability. And for whatever fucking reason he is, I don't know. It's very weird. But I think that he's probably just a nice, pleasant old man, bro. Like I really do. I believe that he is. But I don't know if he's got some sort of skeletons in his closet or something. I don't know, man. Like I don't want to speculate too much because it fucking could be anything, you know. But you know, for the life of me, I can't figure out why he puts himself through this.
can happen all the time.
You find ways around.
But we're also, to be clear, we're dealing with a very rare situation where the witness is a former prosecution witness accusing the prosecutor who she testified for previously of misconduct. Now, if the prosecution and the court approves of that process, wants to have that laid bare, then I suppose it could. But the other problem, just
on this issue, we're not going to hijack the rest of the argument.
I'll,
Just on the issue
I'll
of
hold
replacement.
I had a brief response.
Yeah, but no, he's not done.
Fair
He's
enough.
responding, he's done.
Yes.
Mr. Cosper.
Well, just on that point, I didn't get to hear how any comment that I might make on the credibility of Ms. Gaetani's testimony in the case of
Gattuni.
the court would even come in or be relevant in the Middlesex case or assist me in any way.
He said Middlesex
Go
again.
to, Middlesex Superior Court and
Bro, like,
frankly,
I'm just
I might
He's responding, he's done.
Yes.
I'm just gonna fucking like keep a fucking tally of every fucking time. Not even really a tally, but
Mr. Cosper.
Well, just on that point, I didn't get to hear how any comment that I might make on the credibility of Ms. Gaetani's testimony in the case before the court would even come in or be relevant in the Middlesex case or assist me in any way. I'm going to go over to Middlesex Superior Court and, frankly, I find it hard to believe that I or whoever would be representing me would be brazen enough to say to the judge, well, I want to talk about all the ways in which my client, Mr. Cosgrove, impeached Ms. Gaetani in a case that has nothing whatsoever to do with the case before the court. There's just not going to be any lead through whatsoever, it seems to me. We don't even have, frankly, Ms. Gaetani's
Gattuni.
now at the point, based on her public statements, where she has faced in so many different directions, that I find it a little difficult to believe that either the Commonwealth or the defense is going to call her in this case. Mr. Counsel has carefully said we may call her for the defense. This may be a contingency that doesn't even arise, but that's sort of a side point. Let me just take a couple of points. I was going to ask Your Honor to take judicial notice of the pleadings in the Middlesex case and the docket. It appears you've effectively done that, but let me make a oral motion on the record.
Any objection?
No purpose.
I agree. I'll take those into judicial notice as the Worcester Superior Court case.
And one of the interesting, unique things about this alleged conflict of interest, which is a little different from a typical conflict of interest case, at least I haven't found anything precisely on point, and I don't think the defense says either, but maybe that's where we are at the moment, is the whole operation by which this alleged conflict has come about, and the Middlesex case has come about. What is it that enables Ms. Gaetani to make the claim that she's seeking to make against me in the Middlesex case? It's that the defendant took the report I gave him as discovery, or I gave his counsel as discovery in the other case.
yeah, he always
publicized
is,
it,
man.
And then created the harm that Ms. Gaetani alleges accrued to her from that publication. In other words, if we're applying but-for causation, to sound like a court lawyer for a minute, if we take Mr. Kearney's actions out of the whole proceeding, there's no harm whatsoever to Ms. Gaetani with my, as I see it, fulfilling my Rule 14 obligations. So Your Honor has the unusual situation here of a defendant who has been a but-for cause of the alleged conflict, seeking to profit from that conflict by removing the prosecutor of his case, which I think is worth some consideration by the court. What I would love to do now, Your Honor, since the defendant has had the opportunity for a reply brief, which frankly doesn't particularly go to these motions, particularly.
Yeah, you saw that too, huh?
The defendant's third reply in support of motion to disqualify.
Prado's like, what the fuck is this guy talking about, bro?
Take the opportunity to reply to some of this.
One thing that's become an issue here, that involves another party whose case has been dismissed. The case regarding
Word.
defendant and that witness is gone. That's dismissed. So I don't really know that that's all that relevant. And the defendant didn't even raise it.
For purposes of this, Your Honor, the briefs are what they are. We submit them, just raise the issues I thought would be helpful for the court.
Yeah, I didn't find that.
I really did, Amy. Thank you so much.
I don't understand how he would be part of this case. Fair to say?
You're talking about which trooper?
The trooper whose case was dismissed in charge.
I'm not talking about I'm sorry for interrupting you, Your Honor. I'm not talking about the motion.
Now, understand, man, Michael Bryant, man, bless his heart, dude. Michael Bryant from Justice Serve TV. Like, he's filming all this, with his phone. He's just holding it up. He's probably going to tell you ain't nothing but a thing, but he's like, He didn't come in there with a tripod and all that. Like, he's standing there holding his phone up, holding it steady, panning, you know what I'm saying? Like, and bless his heart, like, normally these hearings are a lot shorter. This one was pretty long, in comparison to the last couple. And so poor Brian, man, poor Michael, he was, he was in there getting the work done, man. He was in there getting the work done. Like,
they filed with respect to discovery for Mr. Proctor.
Oh, we're not dealing with discovery right now.
me too.
I'm
I
talking
always
about
do.
the motion that's captioned, sir reply.
Every single Karen Reed hearing that I attended, I will not lie, I nodded off at some point. And, like, bailiff would have to come over. One time a bailiff came over with water just to, like, here, man, if you have that in your hands and you're just playing with it, it helps, because it's just, I mean, yeah, that shit gets boring, like, sometimes the expert testimony, like, I wish I could just be that guy that's like, oh, I found it so fascinating. I'm fucking full of shit if I sit there and tell you that. There's parts that I'm going to find fascinating, of course, but there's other parts where I'm just going to be like, when they start building foundation for what I'm what they want me to understand, I'm like, it just happens. I'm just like that. So, no, like, that's reason number 13,784 that I would not make a good lawyer, is because I'd be sitting there while testimony would be happening and I'd be nodding off and being like, fuck. No way.
Support a motion to disqualify Robert
Paper
Proctor.
127, Charlie.
I don't know the number, to be honest with you, but,
This one here?
yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
that's 127.
Okay.
Okay, go on here.
So, the defense begins by complaining that my response envisions my conflict in a vacuum, and that it ignores the whole context, which is basically a preface, Your Honor, for talking about everything else that the defense is unhappy with about the case, except issues that are relevant to whether or not I should be disqualified. There is, on page 1 of that motion, the suggestion that Mr. Morrissey recused his office from prosecuting
Facts.
the attorney due to a conflict created by an investigating journalist who publicly accused the DA's office. I'm not sure that Mr. Morrissey has made a statement explaining why he appointed a special prosecutor, but we're going to stand to be corrected, but certainly this is...
Yeah, and it wasn't just Bill Reed that had the Altoids, man. Like, Kelly Reed came in there with mints one time. Like, she had a bag of mints, bro. Like, and I'm talking, when I say a bag of mints, bro, I don't mean like, dude, I'm talking about a fucking a bag of mints, bro. And it was helpful. It really was.
That might sound most favorable to the defendant, but what does it have to do with disqualifying me? He then talks about accusations against Lieutenant Tully, former Trooper Proctor, and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan. What does that have to do with disqualifying me? He talks about actions by Sergeant Buchanan taken after he left the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in support of...
No, man, I'd get disbarred because the first time I get a judge like Bev, I'm going to get, it wouldn't be for anything that bad. Like, I'd get disbarred simply because I'd wasted on a comment like, are you fucking serious, Your Honor? Like, I'd say something like that. Are you fucking serious right now? That I get disbarred the first time that shit happens. I don't know if I can hold that back. I don't think I have. That's like reason number 4 why I wouldn't make a good lawyer. So, like, yeah, I would just be like, yeah, the first time I get a Judge Bev, I'm gonna be like, "Are you fucking serious right now?" And I'd get disbarred. I'd get kicked out of the court, be held in contempt. I'd go to fucking jail. Let's get charges and shit just for asking that very legitimate question.
A legal civil dispute between Ms. Reed and the alleged victims in this case.
Oh no,
That has nothing to do with
that's reason number one.
qualified.
That's reason number one why I'm not a lawyer. You know that.
We talked about my voluntary withdrawal from the indictments concerning Mr. Tan. If Your Honor would take a look at page 6, where we get bullet points. All right, the first bullet point is absolutely relevant, and that's what we're talking about, that I'm being sued for intentional misconduct by Mr. Tan.
Gatuni.
Detective Lieutenant Tully is being sued by Ms. Gatani.
Gatuni.
So what? The detective.
So
Tully
what?
has been sued by Karen Reed. What's that got to do with the price of beans, as they say? But,
Look, he just went fuck it. You know what I mean? He's like, yeah, so what? Tully's getting sued, so what? Karen Reed, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But I love that he does this. This is fucking like, what the fuck does Karen Reed suing her accusers have anything to do with anything?
there were disciplinary proceedings against Lieutenant Tully.
Might be relevant on cross, you agree?
Yeah, there might be some relevance on cross, but what has it to do with disqualifying me? There weren't disciplinary proceedings against me. We hear that Ms. Reed is suing Sergeant Buchanan. Well, good luck to Ms. Reed, but what has it to do to disqualifying me in this case? We hear that Buchanan was disciplined.
Yeah, I fucking fell asleep next to Annie Elise, dude. Like, we were right there in the fucking courtroom, and she fucking nudged me like, dude. Like, she almost said, you're fucking embarrassing me, bro. Like, but yeah, she was like, yo. Like, she almost rolled her eyes at me. She almost did.
The Proctor's been sued by Ms. Reed. That Proctor has had disparaging text about Ms. Reed. There are two things that the upcoming case should not be about, Your Honor, and I'm sorry I'm losing my voice here, excuse me. One, it should not be a trial of the case that has been held for us concerning.
I fucking hate that he's losing his voice too. Like, I actually feel bad for him. I want you need to stop yelling at Mrs. Cassi, bro.
Ms. Gattani. And two, it should not be a retrial of the Karen Reed case. None of this stuff is relevant. Gattani's testimony will undermine the credibility of Detective Lieutenant Tully and Ms. McCabe, which will subject her to cross-examination by Mr. Cosgrove.
I wonder if he's having, well, now that he's being sued by her, of course not. But I just thought for a second, like, imagine him having like screaming matches with Gatuni, right? Like, Gatuni, we've heard her, right? Gatuni's just a fucking yeller, bro. And so, she just like yells, bro, like a lot. So like, what if they're a thing, bro? And I'm totally talking shit here. This is for entertainment purposes only. Like, this is just for a comedic. Well, what if they're a thing, bro? Gatuni and especially appointed prosecutor Robert Cosgrove, right? Surprise. And what's going on is like he's lost his voice because he actually yells back. Like, he doesn't take her shit. He's like in court, he's him, right? He's here, right? But like behind the scenes, he's like, I'm not the fucking one, okay? I'm not the fucking one, Gatuni. That would be fucking hilarious. Like, nothing would surprise me at this point. That's what's really funny to me is like that would shock me for like a second. I'd be like, it figures. Like, if that turned out to actually be a thing, which there's no fucking way it is, just saying. It like would shock me for like a second, and then I'd be like, this fucking case, dude. Oh well. This has fucking been wild, dude. After all the things I've already fucking seen.
Well, let's look specifically, if I can skip ahead in the memorandum. The argument that's been made a little later on in the memorandum, which Your Honor has heard again today. And I'm looking now at page 16, Your Honor, the first full paragraph. Ms. Gattani will testify that Detective Lieutenant Tully intentionally mishandled her cell phone by tampering with and/or deleting its contents. Detective Lieutenant Tully will deny this. Mr. Cosgrove has accepted Detective Lieutenant Tully's explanation without any further investigation. Well, I don't know how the defense knows that I've accepted Detective Lieutenant Tully's explanation without any further investigation. But let's put this on a timeline.
Yeah, bro. That was the best fucking. That's what made Revolutionary Road like one of the greatest fucking movies I've ever fucking seen. Okay, Sam Mendes, brilliant. Okay, Revolutionary Road, Leonardo DiCaprio, Kate Winslet, fucking Michael Shannon was amazing in that. Kathy Bates. And spoiler alert, I'm going to spoil the whole fucking movie for you. So, and I'm serious, I'm not kidding. So if you fucking haven't seen the movie, too fucking bad. You should have by now. It's your fault. You uncultured fucks. So so this whole movie is about this marriage, right? Dina, thank you so much. Cosgrove is like The Walking Dead. And so, yeah, this whole movie is about this marriage between DiCaprio and Kate Winslet. And they're a very actually unique couple. And I think what makes that the brilliance behind that movie is that also in a very cool artistic way made them America's fucking average couple. You know what I mean? Like, not the kind you see on social media, like it was fucking like, but they were very unique personalities, the both of them. And actually Kate Winslet's character more than DiCaprio's. He was more like just your everyday, just typical fucking man. And as a matter of fact, it's kind of a little on the feminist side, if I'm being honest, the movie, but because he was totally the asshole in that movie for the most part. But she was also a fucking asshole. But the end of the movie, you've got this nosy ass lady, right? Kathy Bates, she plays this older lady. She's this nosy ass lady. She's always sticking her nose in fucking other people's shit. She's got to fucking she's the busybody of the neighborhood, right? And at the end of the movie, here comes the spoiler. At the end of the movie, this couple who's old and they've been married for so fucking long, they're talking about it. And Kathy Bates' character, she's just talking about them. She's knitting and he's sitting there and he's just sitting there. And she's talking to him. And you see him, there's a close-up of him that she doesn't see, of him turning his hearing aid all the way down and the sound of her voice fading. And then like the credits roll, basically telling you, the message is, this is how marriages are. Like they're supposed to be hard. It's all in how you handle the marriage, basically was the overline like message there at the end of the movie. And it was brilliant. It was great. So like, yeah, like that's I guess that's the point of what I'm trying to make. Cause you're saying like somebody in the chat mentioned that like my uncle just turns out his hearing aid. Right. That basically, yeah. Me, I'm like, why would I do that? Why would I take my life into that direction where I have to have somebody in front of me that I have to deliberately ignore without their knowledge? Jesus, no.
It has been the contention of the defense from the start of the case that certain items were missing from the download of Ms. Catani's cell phone, and their explanation is that must be because Detective Lieutenant Tully deleted it. I responded to that. Ms. Catani is a latecomer to this discussion. She is only now, in the form of either public statements or representations by the defense as to her new position, suggested that this is because Detective Lieutenant Tully tampered with it or deleted its contents. By the way, I don't know how she would know that because she was not there during the download of her cell phone and the transfer of it. But at any rate, my response as to what happened to the cell phone occurred before Ms. Catani made any of these statements whatsoever. I don't know how it can be that I have been siding with Detective Lieutenant Tully over Ms. Catani. I haven't seen an affidavit from Ms. Catani. I haven't seen anything from Ms. Catani other than hearsay, which is just a representation. And certainly,
yeah, man. Listen,
let's assume
dude.
that
I grew up in a Hispanic household. That shit's real. Like, I grew up with Hispanic relatives, you know, and I'll tell you, I don't know what it was. I think it's just because my grandmother was around when the standard of having a telephone in your house became a thing. And I think it happened a little bit later in Dominican Republic. So I remember she lived with us for a good period of my childhood. And she was an absolute saint, my grandmother, an absolute saint. And I don't know what it was, but she spoke with my mother in Spanish in the same regular volume that we're speaking in right now. She spoke to me in regular volume unless I was getting on her last nerve. And most of the time she still refrained from raising her voice at me because, again, she was a saint. And being the hell of a child that I was, she was a saint. And adored me like nothing else, even though I was just hell on wheels. And so my grandmother, when she would get on the phone with another relative, either in Dominican Republic or had moved to Miami, like many of my relatives did, she would be talking just like this, and then she'd get on the phone and put the receiver to her face and go, "Aló, sí, dígame. Cuéntame, ay, no me diga eso, ay, Dios mío, no me diga eso, qué barbaridad, qué barbaridad." And this was the majority of the conversation, very loud. I remember it vividly. And this was my mom too. She did the same thing, you know. And it was funny. My mom was also the kind of person that would tell me, like, hey, there's no reason to be so loud. Bring your voice down, you know. But when she got on the phone with relatives, she was the loudest thing in the world, along with my grandmother. All of my Hispanic relatives did this. If I was at my aunt's house, she got on the phone with my grandmother. It was the same thing.
As they put it side with Detective Lieutenant Tully in cross-examining Ms. Catani and in the closing argument. What does that have to do with defending my position in the Middlesex case, and how is it relevant, and how would it even be introduced? I have no idea. Let me back up and make a couple of other points. I want to turn to the legal argument, say a little bit about the law, and I suspect Your Honor has probably already looked at the two cases cited by Mr. Dederow, Commonwealth versus Dunlap, and the other case is named U.S. v. Health, which involves a complicated civil action involving the Church of Scientology and others.
What?
The first thing to say about these cases is they're Pennsylvania cases, not Massachusetts cases. So, at best, I would say they are persuasive authority, but not authority.
I don't think Ms. Medero contests that.
No, of course not.
I mean, so what if they're not Massachusetts cases? I get what he's saying, because the same laws don't always apply. But I mean, maybe that's not the nature of why he's citing those cases.
Second thing I would say is that they are both opinions in which the court declined to rule for the defense on the conflict of interest argument. In the first case, Dunlap, the decision of the Superior Court judge was.
I'm trying to tell you, dude.
Divided court. The dissenting justices characterized the other side as the majority, but the opinion itself.
Now, it's also a female thing, okay? Sorry, we're still on the Hispanics on the phone thing. It's also a female thing for the most part, okay? Because my uncle, rest his soul, my mom's brother, if he got a phone call, and it was mostly because he was a doctor, so whenever he got a phone call, he'd be on his recliner, you know, and we would be loud, but he was very patient with us, and he would be rubbing his head a lot, and he would go, like somebody would let him know that somebody's on the phone for him, and he'd go, Kingy, okay, vengo ahora. And then he'd get on the phone. Sí, dígame. And it's like he got more quiet. It's very like a stark contrast between my mom or my aunt on the phone and my uncle on the phone. A stark contrast.
Says that the appellate court was equally divided. So I'm not sure if it's even good as dicta. It seems to me it has no precedential value at all, but if it does have precedential value, it was a ruling in favor of the Commonwealth. And what were the facts? In a sentence from the dissent, that is, those who believe there was a conflict of interest, the district attorney who prosecuted this case also represented the victim in a civil suit arising out of the same transaction. That is a mile away. That is a stadium away. That is a continent away from the facts in this case. I am certainly not representing Ms. Catani in a civil suit arising out of
the air of Kasi here is interesting. The air of his entire argument is purely this is what are we even doing here right now, Your Honor? The fact that they're even trying to say that this is unethical in any way for me to prosecute this case is just ridiculous. Like he's playing the part of lawyer trying to present a case as to it being ridiculous very well, except for saying why it's actually ridiculous. But he's definitely got the air of it. He's selling it, you know, like he's, it's just an inconvenience to even go over it.
So that's bring the defendant into court. Now let's take a look at U.S. v. Health, I guess it is, which is the federal case. That does have some interesting parallels to this case. According to the decision, and I apologize for not having the insights, but I think Your Honor will readily find them. The defendants intended an appeal that they were denied due process because two prosecutors were defendants in a civil action filed by the Church of Scientology 10 days after the events that went down in this particular case. And they alleged, and the events that went down were the search of Scientology's office in Los Angeles, and they alleged that the raids were conducted in bad faith.
Yeah, this is absolutely why it's important to to support Aiden. It's why it's very important. These legal fees are stupid. Like, this is not like he should not have to employ the Mighty One or the Terminator Tim Bradle. He should not have to be doing that. He shouldn't have to be fighting these charges because these charges shouldn't even be a thing. So it's a waste of taxpayer dollars. But unfortunately, it's necessary to help Aiden and help him with any financial support we can. And you know, a lot of people are talking shit like, dude, the same thing goes for Aiden and it's as it does for Karen. You know, I mean, yeah, people see this, but they interpret things a certain way, and it is whatever. My opinion and my position has always been, when it comes to people being innocently who are innocent and being charged with crimes that they are not guilty of, and they're out on bail and serious prison time is looming over them. Yeah, those funds should go to them being more comfortable, because the way I see it, it's providing a balance for the discomfort of having a fucking fear of your entire life being stripped of you looming over you. So yeah, I think that it's important to help with his legal fees, but those legal fees shouldn't wipe him out and leave him sitting around, in a, practically in a gutter. You know what I mean? He should still be able to make a strong living. And here's an important point too. Like, he still fucking earns it. Like, he's still going live. He's still pushing, and he is still challenging these clearly guilty people. And he does this at the risk of any given moment his bail could be revoked. They could take anything that he says and twist it and take his freedom away at any given moment. So he's, in my opinion, he's living up to his end to the supporter. All of us who are going, we got no quit, right? All of us who are saying that, we've got no quit. That's having no quit. And yeah, there will be more fundraisers to come, because again, when you are supporting Aiden Carney, you are supporting a fight for free speech. And especially now that the judge is saying somehow that it's going to be up to a jury to decide what free speech is, that's scary. That's scary, because the judge's job is to uphold the Constitution. He swore to do that. So it is written that freedom of the press, free speech is a thing. So it is written, and therefore it is his duty to defend that.
Constitutional rights. You can look back at the,
so yeah, I
mean,
people. The reason why I bring that up is people were giving Aiden shit because I guess at some point this weekend he took his son to a Celtics game, and for what I think he explained it on his bus stop live that But I was thinking, I guess I didn't remember the circumstances of how he ended up there because I didn't fucking care. Not that I don't care what he has to say. I just didn't. I wasn't interested in honestly in his in his justification for it, because there was no justification needed. I prefer to not hear him feel like he has to justify that. I think that and that's the thing, is people need to understand that, because these people live in a world, these people that hate Aiden And they part of one of the symptoms of Turtleboy derangement syndrome, one of those symptoms is thinking that everybody hates Turtleboy. You see it in their posts all the time. Look, oh my God, he's this close to working out a plea deal. Blah, blah, blah. Even his lawyers, blah, blah, blah. Like, you hear this shit all the time. Right. They live in their little I hate Turtleboy bubble, you know? So it's fascinating. They live in their little I hate Turtleboy bubble, and they think that the only thing that exists is that bubble. But what they don't understand is that there are more people out there that actually support Aiden and like Aiden than people who don't. And those are the people that I see many times when I go out there that want to pay for his meals when they happen to catch him in a public place having a meal of food. And so these people are likely to also give him sports tickets, sporting event tickets, because they know he likes sports and because they may have access to them. Or maybe they have season tickets and they say, hey, I want to do something nice for this guy and show him how much I appreciate what he's doing. And I'll give him these tickets for the night, for the upcoming game. You know, maybe. I mean, why is that so hard to believe? And here's the thing, though. Besides that, let's just say, who gives a fuck? Because again, if Aiden wants to take his kid out to a Celtics game amidst all of the crazy shit he deals with every single fucking day of being Turtleboy, then he's entitled to do that. He's entitled to take whatever fucking funds he earns. He's not a fucking charity case. Every cent is to support his fight for free speech. Whether he is exercising it via live streams, via blogs or articles, whatever the fuck you want to call them. He's putting in his end of the deal. So if he wants to experience the spoils of that by taking his kid to a Celtics game, hell, it would almost make him an asshole to not do so. There's nothing wrong with being conservative, whatever. But I'm saying to do something that nice, to always think of his kid, always makes time. That's what he did. He's like, I asked him, I was like, what are you doing tonight? Right? Because of course, my hope is to meet up with Mark, have dinner. And of course, I'm going to hope that he's going to want to join us. So I asked him, what are you doing tonight? And he was like, tonight, I got the kids. I got the game tomorrow for my kid. And, like his family takes priority. And, you can't fucking win with this guy. With this guy can't win when it comes to these fucking assholes online. He just can't fucking win. Because either he's trying to make this experience as enjoyable and nice for his kids as he possibly can, or he's a piece of shit dad who is putting his kids through a hard time and blah, blah, blah. I mean, this guy can't fucking win with these people. So who's wrong? Yeah, I don't give a fuck that the tickets were free. In a way, I hope they weren't. In a way, I wish that they weren't. And he bought them and said, you know what? Fuck you. And I know he would. That's how I know he's telling the truth about it. But it doesn't matter if he's fucking telling the truth about it, because it's nobody's fucking business whether or not what the circumstances are that he went to a fucking game with his kid. Like, it's nobody's fucking business. Oh, but he posted a picture about it. Yeah. It's not nobody's business. It's whatever business he chooses to make it because it's his business. If he wants to share that business, then that's fine. But that picture did not serve the purpose for you to judge him on the circumstances in which he was able to attend that game. Fuck yourself on that. Mandy Reardon, thank you so much. Happy birthday, Spicy Cherry. Hope you're having a great day. Yes. Yeah, like, so he wants to take his kid to a fucking game. So what? Good.
And the contention they're trying to make, well, one of them is that this is a bad faith prosecution. So that applies here. What is different here is the civil suit apparently precedes the raid that the prosecutors make at the defense office in the Church of Scientology. Here, there's nothing like that. The events that the defendant was charged with in this case occurred before any involvement by Ms. Gattani, before any involvement by that matter with me. And those issues are pretty well set and they have consistently been followed through. And there's another similarity between Height and the current case. I'll just read a sentence or two. The government contends that prosecutors cannot be disqualified when sued by a defendant.
I'm tossing the idea around for a petty stream, but I don't know if I'm going to do one. Like, again, I don't want to do them just for the sake of doing them. I really don't. I have to be genuinely inspired to do them. And that inspiration hardly comes from people just wanting one. I'm sorry, but that's just the case. But yeah, maybe that one. Maybe that one, Gen X, Erica. Maybe. Because I still have that one to do. So, oh man, I don't know. 500, why only 575 viewers, man? I don't know. People are at work or they got other things to do, or they already watched the coverage on this, or they're watching somebody else, or fucking I lost my juice. Whatever the fuck, dude. I'm just grateful for the 575 in here right now. Thank you guys for being here. It means a lot.
Because defendants could then remove whichever prosecutor they please simply by suing him. Now, of course, the defendant isn't actually suing me here. He's simply seeking to profit from a witness suing me. But certainly a suit by the defendant would be a much more direct potential conflict. I have not gone so far as to represent to the court that I cannot be disqualified when sued by a defendant or by Ms. Gattani. I think in fairness, the court can look at it. But the federal court, the argument was that any suit complaining of an action taken in a prosecutor's quasi-judicial capacity would be frivolous and non-disqualifying because he enjoys absolute immunity as a prosecutor. Cite to a U.S. Supreme Court case. I believe as Your Honor reads through, you'll find that the court in Height pretty much bought that argument. And they go on to say that appellants have made no credible claim of actual prejudice based on the prosecutor's alleged personal interest in the outcome of this prosecution.
Yeah,
I certainly have no pecuniary
if I wasn't live, I'd be watching Jimmy too. So
interest in the outcome of this prosecution. I have no personal interest in the outcome of this prosecution. And nothing in this prosecution is going to affect anything that's going on in Middlesex. I'm sorry, in Worcester Superior Court, Your Honor.
Any further? From Mr. Crosby, sorry.
No,
yeah, and Mel's live too.
Yes.
Forget about that.
We might as well start from the back with U.S. v. Health, Your Honor, which is 668 Federal 2nd, 1238, D.C. Circuit, 1981. Mr. Costro has buried the lead about Health and about gun law. Those were appellate arguments post-conviction. Now, that is a huge distinction about a timely motion in advance, raising issues which could lead to a conflict. We all know that raising a conflict on appeal when you in advance.
Now look at that, dude. One must acknowledge this right here. Because many are familiar faces, you know, but that's diehard support. Like that gallery got filled up. We filled that gallery up with people. So that people could see that there are this many people in support for this man.
raising issues which could lead to a conflict. We all know that raising a conflict on appeal, when you could have raised it before, is looked at in an entirely different way. And the relevant language from HELP that I would direct the court to is on page 1276, which states, given the need to promote the appearance of justice, a trial court on timely motion to wit, like here, should disqualify a prosecutor from participating in a criminal action when he has a personal conflicting interest in a civil case. That's here.
The key words there are allegedly bad faith. I'm not sure that there's an allegation in those other complaints of bad faith. There's an allegation violating the statute. I'm not sure where it talks about
She
that.
sued him for intentional infliction of emotional distress, coercion.
Negligent infliction, there's a difference.
She sued for intentional. I respectfully, Your Honor, there are deliberate allegations.
Yeah, like the mighty one knows his shit. And if he's going to argue with the judge on a detail like that, that's because he is sure. And so he's respectfully, Your Honor, nope.
Of intentional misconduct in the complaint, but that's the court.
Intentional, not negligent.
Exactly. One of us is right.
This one is negligent, but that's-
Dunlop is the same situation, Your Honor. It's post-conviction. The other issue,
One of us is right.
and I want to go back to the beginning that Mr. Cosgrove started with. He illustrates the whole problem here. He's defending himself, and I have no opinion on the merits of Ms. Gaetani's claim, okay? As a lawyer, I sympathize. But he started by telling you that this case is going to get dismissed, and all I did was turn over this. He is illustrating front and center his personal interest, that Gaetani is accusing him of things he didn't do. And the conflict, the personal interest, isn't the outcome,
He acknowledged it, too.
but he's justifying it and saying she's trying to do this, she's not credible. The point is this. The personal interest for Mr. Cosgrove is not whether he was wrongfully sued or whether it has any merit. His good name has been attacked. And like anyone else, he has an absolute right and a personal interest in defending himself. And again, the proper forum to do that is not while prosecuting.
So the real question here, Nancy Niece, and I'm just entertaining a troll here in the chat just for my own personal entertainment. The real question here is this, because when you say things like this, it gives me more juice to make really strong points. And you just inspired me to make another very strong point, which is 20 people. Like, wow, only 20 people showed up for Aiden's hearing? No, there was more than that. There was more than that, but it doesn't matter. That's not the point. The question is, would 20 people show up to support you in court? Because the chances are, since you're fucking retarded, you would probably be in court because you committed a crime due to your retardation. And because you are retarded, 20 people would not show up to support you in court. Depending on how retarded your actions were, 20 people might show up to see you get locked up. But see, nobody was there to see Aiden get locked up. Fucking nobody was there to see Aiden get locked up. It was all people who support him. Every single soul that showed up to that courthouse was there in support of Aiden Carney. Mr. Media. And that's a big, hairy, smelly dick you're going to have to gag on there, Nancy. It just is.
The case in which his accuser is a witness, his co-defendant is a witness, and Ms. Gaetani is going to probably impeach, assuming she's allowed to, their star witness, Ms. McCabe. When someone's integrity is attacked, they have a personal interest, especially someone as credentialed and respected as Mr. Cosgrove. We all understand that as lawyers and judges, but that doesn't mean you get to prosecute the case. That's for you to decide, obviously. And we're talking about an appearance. This looks terrible, which leads to my next point. Mr. Cosgrove went through all of these allegations in our papers about, Proctor had this, Tully's been sanctioned, Buchanan, is literally aligned with Jennifer McCabe, which we wrote about supporting her. Buchanan was a witness in this case too, and part of the investigation. No, but the point is this. He is looking at this in a vacuum. The public must have confidence. Part of the analysis of a conflict of interest is the first sentence of the brief that he just cited from, is that the public must have confidence in the criminal justice system. And this latest conflict is a pile on conflict after conflict after conflict in this case. And if the cherry on the sundae...
Let me slow down, because we're conflating two different issues. I'll agree that there's all sorts of issues that and developed over the course of these interrelated prosecutions. Mr. Cosgrove's role, though, as a latecomer, and really had nothing to do with any of these other issues. So I can't sit and say I impute all those other things to Mr. Cosgrove. And therefore, if we look at that massive problems that have developed, he's out. Because the same logic would say the next person who sits in that seat, the same argument would apply.
Let me be very clear. I'm not accusing
I didn't take the word.
Fair enough.
But my point is, all of those things are conditions which are already present in this prosecution.
They are.
So really the only thing that I'm dealing with is this one issue. Because the rest of those things he had nothing to do with.
Well, one of them, he had his other conflict, which he voluntarily sought.
But that came out of the same exact issue.
Yes, well, that's our point. We think it's the same conflict.
I agree with you. But what I'm trying to, the point I'm trying to draw, the distinction is, all of these other problems that arose out of the re-prosecution, do you imagine substantial? That's really not for me to decide, right? They're all out there, all right? And they're all going to be there no matter what. So whoever sits in that chair right there is going to have all those
The
problems.
difference, I don't mean to cut you off. The difference is that if it's not Mr. Cosgrove, the man or woman who is sitting in that chair is not being sued by Ms. Gaetani and co-defendants with DL Public.
That's my point. That's the only thing I have to analyze.
Okay.
That point.
Our point, respectfully, was that given the public's need for confidence, in this case, not the Karen Reed case, that's a whole nother conversation for someone else on another day. But this case is filled with conflicts, and I don't think we can all just avert our eyes to and say, but none of that matters, but we're gonna have a prosecutor now cross-examine his accuser and then say she's not credible. He also indicated, Your Honor, they're not even committing to calling Ms. Gaetani. I can't fathom how that might happen. They used careful language. They may call her. We're the defense. We don't have to do anything. We can take a nap throughout this trial, and there may be such a terrible joke of a case they present that we stand up and rest. So, of course, why would any credible, serious lawyer...
I fucking love that the mighty one just fucking said that shit to a judge. Like, we could fucking take a nap and go to sleep. And they could present such a horrible fucking case here that it wouldn't matter. But, like, we're here.
Commit a year in advance. I'm calling this witness. We're alerting Mr. Cosgrove for what we think is his conflict in the court, and we may very well do that. The last point for this, he said there's no affidavit from Ms. Gaetani or...
Right. He's saying we might even call Mr. Cosgrove up.
It's all just hearsay about, tampering with her phone. The best basis for that will be the posting online social media by a third party and longtime known critic of Mr. Carney of messages which did not appear on an extraction report that we got from Tully of Gaetani's phone, and then we never got
Gatuni.
anything from Tully's phone. We got screenshots of what he claimed were messages. That's the basis for that. Thank you.
Fair enough. All right, so here's what we'll do. We'll set another date. Let me talk about this. Mr. Ray, when we selected the penciled in trial date, I gave you a very long date, longer than I wanted. Your schedule, has it changed? Can we get this thing done earlier? Assuming it's live? All right, well, when I'm moving the case back, the trial date's not going to go backwards.
Because I got to tell you, I loved last time there was a hearing. I loved that this judge was like, okay, well, I want to move forward as quick as I can here and get this going to trial. To me, that's okay, great. That sounds fucking awesome. Let's keep things moving, because that's the side of me that's very confident that Aiden is innocent of the charges that he's being charged with. So I loved that until he said what he said earlier, which was, we're going to let a jury of his peers decide whether or not what he did was considered a First Amendment issue. If this case is a First Amendment issue or not. And unfortunately, that's what this is going to boil down to. I mean, that's the thing, is the judge is wrong because it shouldn't be up to a jury. But when this goes to a jury, if this goes to a jury, that is essentially what a jury is going to be deciding on. And that is what makes this very scary. So the defense is going to have to really drive this home. Glare Institute of Law and stuff only has so much knowledge within its walls. But I'm assuming that it would be vital Very important, if not vital, to drive home First Amendment, the importance of it, why the stuff that we don't like to hear needs to be protected over the stuff that we do like. All of these things, like the fundamental fabrics of the First Amendment, because what it sucks that they have to do that. But that's if it comes down to a jury having to decide whether or not this is a First Amendment issue or not, then the First Amendment has to be driven home by the defense in opening statements and especially in closing arguments. I truly believe that. I would be calling expert witnesses who are experts on the Constitution if I had to. Like a fucking professor from some fucking college who teaches First Amendment issues and blah, blah, blah. All that shit. I would pull out all the stops that I possibly could to drive home this First Amendment issue. If now it is, and the judge is looking at it like, okay, a jury's going to have to decide if this is a First Amendment issue or not. So whether we like it or not, this judge, if he's shirking that responsibility onto a jury, well, then guess what's going to happen? Only a defense doing everything that they possibly could would make sure that everybody knows how important make sure that jury knows how important the First Amendment is. Now, how much time that they feel, strategically speaking, how much time they feel that would be necessary to put so much energy and so much emphasis on that is up to them. I have no idea what strategically that would, what that would entail, but I think that it absolutely needs to be emphasized, at least to some degree and strongly to some degree. How much time is spent on it, I don't know, but I don't see how. If now this judge is saying that's what this is going to be, then that's going to highly affect how I approach this defense moving forward.
This is a 2023 case. It's 2026. It's not going backwards. If anything, it's going to go forward. So don't.
And I know you'll relate to this, Judge. You have the usual slate of like fall murder cases.
I get it. This one's an old one. It's set. So I'm going to try to move forward. But if you tell me that can't happen, that can't happen.
I'm sorry.
All right, understood. This court is willing to take this case much faster than the current schedule.
Appreciate that.
Like, I need to see Chris Albert on that stand. I want to see Chris Albert getting cross-examined and all of the video footage of the things that he said be put in front of him, and he has to answer for that. That's what I want to see.
A few other pre-trial matters to discuss. Your Honor mentioned the motion to dismiss. Maybe we should schedule that.
What we're going to do is this. I'm going to take this under advisement. We're going to pick a date right now. And either we do a motion to dismiss that date or we're on for appearance of new counsel. Okay? All right? One or the other. We're going to know. I'll get your decision before you. Now, I'm open to the idea that if I accept there's a conflict here, I haven't made that determination yet, but if I accept there's a conflict, I'm open to the idea that it's resolvable by having someone else step in and cross-examine. I think that solves all of the issues. So that might be the easy way here, so everybody can get this thing moving and have this trial, which all parties seem to desire.
That's awesome. Thank you, Annie 2510. Just Ani, just sending love from Great Britain. You are a good soul and a loyal friend, Will. Free Turtleboy, keep up the good fight. P.S. Love Erica and Cassie G. Yes, all that. Thank you so much.
So just on that point, I appreciate you kind of reflecting your thought process. But even if counsel stays on the case but doesn't actually do the questioning, it still remains that there's a conflicted counsel on the case, and the jury ought to know of that interest.
Mr. Brett, you and I both know this happens with some frequency.
And Bradel is just putting out the bottom line, and that's it. The bottom line is, okay, even if he gets somebody else to ask to question her on the stand, then there's still an issue with him there's still an ethical issue with him being even involved in the case at all. And that's already what Mark has argued. But it's almost as though this judge is just going, no, nope.
The jury's concentration in this case is on the events of the case. Now, Ms. McCabe's credibility, I expect to be a robust cross-examination based on all the information that you've gathered. And if it's appropriate to bring in an extrinsic witness, and generally, as you're well aware, it's not. If it's appropriate to have an extrinsic witness on that issue, then we'll take that as we go. But Mr. Glasgow raises a reasonably good point that there's been some recent case law talking about the police can't create their own exigency. And to some extent, the defendant has created his own exigency here, because in fact, the plaintiff in that case, is suing because the contents of her phone were put on the internet. The defendant did that. So there is some, you got to be fair to both sides here and say this is something which only happened because of steps taken by the defendant.
Well, Judge, I don't want our lack of response to that to be perceived as an acknowledgement. I don't want to address that.
I'm basing that simply on what I read in her complaint. Not anything's been represented today.
Right, exactly. And so, just a couple rewinds here, Judge, is that the government themselves, in Lieutenant Tully's own affidavit at the time of this, back in December of 23, swore in the affidavit that Ms. Gattani was a witness. And so I don't think the government can do a 180 and say, oh, she's not really a witness.
Well, she's a witness, but she was a witness at that point. They were trying to indict your client for some sort of conspiracy charge, which failed.
Right. But apparently still alive and under investigation.
Well, that's another matter.
Thank you, Brooks.
I had no authority to affect that. What I do know is that was no prostitute. Not no prostitute. No build. No build. Even worse. Okay? That was no build. So I can't imagine a circumstance where I would allow evidence in about a no build issue. I remain to be persuaded on that.
So what, and just to go to the lowest hanging fruit of why Ms. Gattani would be a witness, there's all sorts of screenshots and text messages. We need these things authenticated before we use them.
I'm not necessarily saying that can't happen.
There's all sorts of reasons. No one's trying to trigger a recusal. There's a lot of good reasons why she's involved in this. Have the government's own.
Right. That's what the judge isn't like. He doesn't seem to be taking in consideration the amount of overwhelming evidence that the defense here already has, which absolutely shows why Miss Gattuni is a problem here, and the different tentacles that are going out, that the fruit of a poison tree. You know what I mean? Her connection to Jen McCabe, her connection to Tully, all of this shit is all wrong. Like, it poisons the whole case. And the judge is not looking at it in those terms. The judge is looking at it in terms of, okay, Cosgrove, you want Cosgrove disqualified from the case but the problem is that he didn't even take on the case until after the incidents took place, with these other witnesses. But the thing is like, if you want to get technical about it, neither was Mello. You know what I'm saying? Like, Mello's already off the case. But the thing is like Mello. So I mean, I guess the judge is trying to see it like, oh, well, if you already kicked Mello off the case and he's the one that was contacting Gattuni directly, there's not even a question here. But I disagree. I believe, because we see it all over Twitter. We see all the shit that Gattuni posts, all kinds of fucking crazy receipts. Football Dude Boy gifted 5 memberships. Man, that's awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. I don't know what's wrong with Mello, but he's sick.
Affidavit.
I'm not discrediting what you're saying. What I'm saying to you is, I think there's a way around this. And I don't know that the closing argument is going to change that, because the closing argument is based on what's heard at the trial and, I'd add, this court's view, and in the proper practice, be confined strictly to the evidence that's presented before the court. So, it's hard.
I appreciate your reflection, Judge. If I could just have one moment. Thank you very much. That's all we have. And just
Let's make a date.
are you late February, March? Okay, early March. What would you like, Ron?
Let's go later in March.
March 27th.
Is that Friday? Friday's generally best.
It is a Friday.
Do it on Friday. I don't know if we'll leave this room. I'll have to consult with the document. It's generous and heavy in this room today.
This judge loves making these hearings on Friday, which I like too, because if I decide to fucking fly out there, man, landing on a Friday or landing on a Thursday makes things way easier.
I want to say one of the things for the Toronto,
Because if I want to see more people too, like it makes it a lot easier that it lands on a weekend because people are more free.
and that some protective orders that have been issued by the court have been subject to violations. I'm not prepared to address it today, but I want to put the defense and the court on notice that I do think there's a basis for that argument, and I will plan on raising it.
Well, raise it first with the other side. So I'm sure you're aware of your concerns.
Oh, I will, of course.
It's not resolved, then the court will step in. Nobody benefits by undermining the protective orders. Look,
See,
we
that's
lose this.
a fantastic point right there. Turtleboy is working this whole time. Karen was unable to keep her job. Again, that's not a jab at Karen, but Karen was unable to keep her job. I've been donating to TV for the First Amendment to win. And that is the truth, because that's my point is this is Aiden's job. So if nobody's donating to Aiden, nobody's supporting the information that he investigates and puts out, because that's what it ultimately comes down to, is like, do we want Aiden to lose his job too? You know what I'm saying? Like, should Aiden suffer from his job, from a loss of income the way that Karen did?
Important First Amendment issue, which can be decided by a jury of the defendant's peers to decide the mores of our society, whether or not this is journalistic activity or it's not journalistic activity.
Can I ask who you were sitting next to in court? Because I thought it was Lindsay. I think I was sitting next to Erica and maybe Lauren. I don't really remember. I was paying mostly attention on what was being said.
Let's try to focus on that, folks.
I absolutely agree with that.
Okay. All right. And as we do the March 27th, the purpose of that hearing to be determined, but it's going to be one of those two things. Thank you. Thank you very much.
No, Lindsay didn't even come to court.
Both matters continue to March 27th, private session.
Court, all right, please. Get head to the courtroom at this time, please. Thank you.
I was hoping Grant would come out. I was hoping to see Grant, but I didn't get to see him. But I'll tell you, man, it was so cold, dude. It was so cold. I was yeah, my watakas, man, my ears. It was 11 degrees, and downtown Boston, like when you're in between those buildings, dude, like it's stupid. Like the wind picks up, and yeah, it's so stupid. Cold. It's so bad. So yeah, it was unbelievably cold. So the people who came out, like it's not that the people who didn't come out are in any way not supportive. It's the fact that the people who did come out were so supportive to come out. You know what I mean? so supportive to come out because it was so cold. And it was weird. And I talked about it when I was live last time. Like, I go in there, man, Massachusetts is wild, dude. People are sensitive, man. So Massachusetts is wild, dude. Yeah, like I'm still like kind of in shock about what had happened. Because I'll tell you guys a quick story. The only negative thing that happened while I was there. Okay. So I'm the kind of guy that, you know, I don't need to call friends up to go out and have a good time. I'm a social butterfly. once I get a few drinks in me, and I will meet people. I met this amazing Irish couple. They were the coolest people in the world. Hung out with them, talked to them. They were fantastic. So, you know, and at a hotel bar, it's very easy to do this and meet cool, interesting people. I don't squander this. And I met this other couple. And I met this couple. And we were just drinking and having a good time. And then there was these two women close to my age. I couldn't even tell you if they were older or younger, but close to my age for sure. And they were just a couple of girlfriends out hanging out. So I'm there. One of them's no, I didn't have a threesome. No. One of them smiling at me. I talk to the couple, you know, and I tell them, hey, should I go over there and talk to her or whatever? And they're both like, you know, and you get the lady's approval too. And she's like, yeah, you totally should. They were really cool people. And I was like, yeah, I guess what? Just send them over a couple of drinks. Like, it was weird because like I was kind of nervous about it because I don't usually hit on women when I go out. not these days so much anymore. But I sent over drinks to the both of them. And then I came over and asked them if it was okay if I sat down. We had a very, very pleasant, fun conversation. It was not sexual of any nature. It was not of a sexual nature at any point, at any time during the conversation. And so, they had other friends that they were meeting up with that they didn't mention at all that they were meeting up with. But I was just like, yeah, you know, the conversation just kind of naturally just seemed to go, you know, okay, well, it was really nice meeting you guys and have a good time. And I hope you have a good time. And, oh yeah, awesome, man. I hope you enjoy Boston, blah, blah, blah. Right on. Then their friends came and whatever. And so, oh, okay. Then about 10, maybe 15 minutes later, guy with an earpiece comes to me at the bar and he goes, now, I'm not going to deny it. I was very intoxicated. Okay. But I was in a very happy mood. I was in a good mood and I was in a wholesome mood. I was high off of the pleasantry of Boston. I was in that mood. I felt like I was adapting to Boston very well. I was in that mode. I was meeting cool new people. We were having a nice time. That was no different than any other time I've ever gone to the bar and had a good time. And this gentleman, a younger gentleman, comes up to me and he says, well, sir, I got some complaints about you from these ladies that were sitting over here and said that you were very inappropriate with them and that you made them very uncomfortable. And of course, immediately I am like, what? Like, fucking what? You know, because I assure you that none of that shit, like there was not even anything that could have been interpreted poorly. Nothing. Right? So then, and I was like, they were like, yeah, everything's fine. I was like, wait a minute, I'm staying in this hotel. Are you asking me to leave the hotel too? And they're like, no, you just can't, you can no longer come to the bar. And I was like, whoa, I was like, that means that I'm no longer coming here, because honestly, the only appealing thing about this fucking expensive hotel is this bar. I've gotten to know some of the people that were there. They were really cool with me, the people that worked there. And I am flirtatious. I am that guy, but I'm not fucking creepy. You know what I mean? Like I enjoy the interaction with the lady, but I am not like, when the vibe is right to like introduce that part of the conversation. That at no point happened with these ladies naturally, so I never took it there. So then this guy's boss comes over and he goes, yeah, sir, actually, and he goes to the guy that his subordinate, and he goes, after doing our own investigating of the situation, everything's fine, sir. Just please enjoy your drinks, have a good time, whatever. One of the bartenders there, really cool dude named Chris, and I fucking lost his number. I left. The only thing that I forgot back at the hotel was my blazer. And I had his phone number on a piece of paper in the blazer, in the inside pocket of the blazer. And I lost his number. And he's like somebody who last time I was there, he was really cool with me and we hung out. But this time we actually went out when I closed the bar out with him. And then he took me to some other spot and we hung out and it was a good time. But after that, like, right, there was like a couple of, like, I thought it was worse when there was like security guys that showed up and they were all like, nah, dude. No, like, it's not like that. We did our own investigating on this issue. And what I'm guessing, they're not going to tell me what it was. They want to protect everyone, but what I'm guessing is they listened to their bullshit story and determined that they were fucking liars. And they were just trying to start shit. And so I guess maybe they reviewed camera footage and saw that everything was good. And then asked them questions and maybe the camera footage did not. That's what I'm guessing. Because in a situation like that, you have to understand, it's not the law, dude. This is a private establishment where the default thing to do is, if we just get rid of this guy who is the seeming problem, big deal. We lose his business. Who gives a fuck? Maybe he never comes here again. The guy, he comes here when he comes here, but we don't need his business that bad. We want the people who come here regularly to feel comfortable, So I have to guess and I have to assume that they did an actual internal quick investigation on the situation and quickly came to the determination that these women were lying pieces of shit. And so they were actually really cool with me. They were like, we're sorry for the confusion. Everything's fine. Enjoy your drink, sir. And I was like, I appreciate it. I was like, I don't want to, I was like, I don't want to fucking make anybody uncomfortable. I don't want to fucking, I'm having a good time, but I am really big on not having a good time at someone else's expense if they didn't fucking do anything. You know what I mean? Like when I'm up here doing petty streams, you motherfuckers who I do petty streams on have been fucking begging for it. But these were just a couple of ladies out having a couple of drinks. I had no, and so, but it's interesting because they did ask me if I was a Trumper. And I was like, I'm actually not. But I did think that was weird. And at that point, I was already kind of turned off because they asked me that. So at that point, it was just, okay, maybe there's going to be a nice conversation to take place here. And that was my mindset. But as soon as she asked me that, which is pretty close to the beginning of the conversation, and it never went disrespectful, I was just like, no, I was like, I'm not exactly a Trumper, but I'm definitely not a liberal. And I don't think they like that because they were probably liberal women with big opinions on shit they know nothing about. And I more conveniently even explained that I don't have enough, I'm not educated enough on politics to debate anybody on Trump. So, but and that's and that was pretty much giving the, I really don't want to go down this road with this conversation. I'd rather just talk shit and whatever, and it was nothing more than small talk. They asked about the channel. I told them about the channel. I told them about why I was there. We talked a little bit about Turtleboy, and it's very possible that they just hate Turtleboy. But he's definitely not to blame for that. I'm saying these were a couple of women who clearly like a lot of attention, but didn't want negative attention. I mean, you could just tell there was a lot of surgery going on, which I don't mind, but yeah, these were shitty, entitled, cunty women. And yeah, so, but it was cool because the place was like, no, man, you're good, dude. You're fine. And then I went out with one of the bartenders afterwards and we hung out, had a good time. And then by the time I got back to the hotel, it was time for me to pack and get in an Uber and get to the airport. And that was it. But I will be honest, because here's the thing. I honestly don't want this to be a poor reflection on. I debated on telling the story because I didn't want this to be a poor reflection on the hotel. Now, I would never book myself in a hotel that expensive unless I was just flexing for the sake of flexing because I did all this shit talking on the petty streams. I wanted to come up there and be like, fuck yeah, I pulled out all the stops. I made this as luxurious of a stay as I possibly could. But wait, there's an X post about it. Where's the X post? I would love to see this. Okay. Hey, is Cherry still in the chat? Because I want to see if she can send me the link to that, or if somebody because I am not. There's only so many people I'm in direct contact with now, especially since I have no more Facebook and I can't access my Twitter. So, oh, there's my boy right there. Oh, sorry, a fake account, you think? Oh, it's fake. Okay. It's fake. But yeah, like, I mean, that's all that happened. Like, if anything, I feel like the hotel did their due diligence. I feel like it was easier for them to just be like, fuck this guy, get him out of here, but they actually did the work to make sure that nothing was, because think about it. What if I had actually broken the law? You know what I'm saying? What if I had actually broken the law? What if there was something that, I mean, the hotel's management, when they're trying to run a busy Saturday night, you know what I'm saying? Like, the easiest thing for them to do to protect themselves from like litigation is to be like, you know what? Fuck that. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, dude. Mike Gurnett saw me hitting on a woman, bro. He fucking was sitting right there. Like, I don't, yeah. So yeah, exactly. They would have been like, dude, yeah, just like the initial guy handled it. That is absolutely the you know, the default way of a business handling a situation like that, just to simply fucking protect themselves. But they actually like went above and beyond, because I was like, I mean, is nobody gonna ask me my side of the story? And then I didn't even ask. I was like, it was like right when I said, I was like, can I talk to your boss? You know, and I was really nice and respectful to him too. But the second I said that, he showed up. Like, and I mean, as I was saying it, so it wasn't like he went and got him. He would his boss already did his own investigating on the situation and was like, no, dude, this dude is fucking fine, dude. He didn't do anything. These ladies are fucking full of shit. So, right, pretty much, yes. And it was the Omni. It was the Omni Hotel, and they were really, you know, like, the only gripe I have with them is just how much money they charge. Because I'm not an Omni Hotel kind of guy yet. I haven't reached that level. I just fucking indulged for the sake of being petty. You know what I mean? So they were fucking fantastic. Like, the way they handled that was exactly all I could expect for them to do. Because imagine if they had actually investigated the situation and there was anything that could be interpreted as inappropriate that I did, they would have gone the safe route and been like, yeah, it's easier just to boot this fucking guy out of here. So the level 6 membership absolutely helped fund that trip 100%. It's the best fucking $130 I ever spent, bro. But the phone lines actually, my friends, are now open. So if anybody wants to call in, they absolutely can. They probably were booted. They probably were. Because in a situation like that, one of us has got to go. You know what I'm saying? In a situation like that, one of us has got to fucking go. You know? So, like, I'm guessing they had to leave. And they probably, right, Pearl. See, that's what I'm thinking too. I'm thinking that upper management was like, oh, these women are always fucking. Dude, fuck them.
Call from
Bob.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Hi, Will Claire. It's Bob Cosgrove. How you doing?
His specially appointed prosecutor, Robert Cosgrove, everybody.
How's it going, Will Claire? I haven't seen you in a couple days.
It's good, man. It's good. I made it back home. I cuddled with my animals all night. It was just wonderful. Yeah. It was really good to be home. But it was bittersweet, you know, because I love Boston. I love hanging out there.
Yeah, it was a great time. It was good meeting everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody was real cool. Yeah, it was nice meeting you. I mean, you know, just by meeting you, I'm pretty sure you could kick the shit out of any of those hood boogers. So they better watch what they do.
Oh man, they were all. It's not them. It's not them. I mean, you know, they have some responsibility for the things that they strongly implied. But the problem is it inspired other unpredictable, crazy idiots that made me kind of worry. I wasn't worried that they were going to do anything. I was concerned about the anonymous threats that I was getting, you know? So.
Right. You never know who's going to just take it upon themselves to show up and, try to.
Right. Exactly. And they did that. I mean, the fact of the matter is they, we're saying we're going to have somebody who follows us go up and ask you questions, so that inspired a bunch of loose cannoned morons to make these veiled on just fucking direct outright threats. So that I was a little concerned for that. Mostly I was concerned about just my presence making things uncomfortable for the other diehard supporters who are always out there. I didn't want to make things uncomfortable for Aiden or his team or his supporters. I was worried about that. But
right. But as it turns out, in reality, nobody showed up. None of the bad people showed up.
And they never did. Nobody did, because they're all talking just a bunch.
You know what, Will? They never will.
No. Right. It was too cold. It was too cold for hatred. It was too cold for stupidity.
Yeah. Weather permitting, tough guys.
Right. Weather permitting. Right. I think that's all it was. So.
But I mean, I will give James some credit. Emily C. kind of brokered a ceasefire between me and him the other day, and it's held. So.
Yeah, no, and I feel that shit, man. Like, again, I spoke to James Jackson on the phone Saturday night. Okay. And like I said, all I'm going to say about that is that it was pleasant. I'm not going to say that it changed anything between us necessarily, but there was definitely progress in the fact that we were able to sincerely speak with each other, and there was actually no anger or hatred towards either one of us from either one of us when we spoke. So.
Yeah, he was. I was in it. I don't know. I forget what chat the other night. He went to a Rat House media chat, and he was fine. I mean, there was no bad words with anybody. So.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever. You know what I mean? War is never the answer, Will Blair.
No. You know what I mean? Like, again, man, the petty streams are really just me, because I'm the kind of guy that's why I call them petty streams, because these issues are usually too petty for your respected YouTube creator to address, right? It's tiny, it's stupid, it's bullshit. So that's why I call them petty streams, because I am not above talking about these petty things. They're being said, everyone's talking about them, everyone's thinking about it. So why not address it, and why not make content out of it? And why should I feel stupid about doing it? So, but that's the thing is I prefer when there's nothing to go petty about. I prefer when there's not petty content to go over. You know what I mean? It's
right. That's the goal.
Right.
In your absence, though, I did do a couple myself with LTL, because he's just too funny. I mean, he's one of the
well, yeah. Yeah, I mean, he brings that on himself. You know what I mean?
I paid $2.
It's
to get on,
and people say stuff, and I'm like, Jesus. But it hasn't merited anything. It hasn't merited a petty stream of its own. Is the stuff that I've been sent in the last couple of days. So,
Right. Yeah, it was just a good time. It was really super cold, but that was the only probably shitty part about it. I mean, everything else was really positive and cool.
Right.
And listen to Cossie kind of lose his mind. I thought he was going to fall over at one point when he started losing his voice and just a second, please. And I was like, oh my God, we're really going to see it happen. It's like I'm going to be here for it. It was really weird. But it was fun hanging out. We went to get pizza and everybody was in there. It was a really good time.
Yeah.
Hung out with Connor a little bit.
Yeah, it was nice to finally meet Connor. I think I might have met him before. Um, I actually feel bad because I think he might have actually been the person that gave me my my Pulp Fiction themed wallet, which I love so very much. And I don't remember that. And I feel like a dick because there's so many people who give me so many things when I'm out there, and it's really nice. But I really love my wallet because I still use it.
Well, don't feel bad. I forgot to turn around in the picture there in the thumbnail.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally turned around like a dope.
I mean, right.
You know, there's other ones out there. Maybe, somebody will send them to me or whatever. Hey, who took the picture of me and you standing next to each other?
I feel like you're lying, but maybe it was you. I don't know. Sorry, there's somebody in the chat. What was the question?
Oh. Who took the picture of me and you standing next to each other? I can't remember.
I don't either. Yeah. Like that's for sure. I'm not going to remember that. Like if I remember
I know.
who took a picture
You can't remember getting a gift from somebody. Forget about
dude. Yeah.
Took a picture with Tossy.
Yeah. Like I don't know. Like I know that like I'll remember a picture was taken at best, and I'll be like, oh man, I took a picture with you. I know that I did, but I'll never be able to remember who actually took it because it's not just who took it. There's so many people who do it, and then okay, sorry about that. And I think that hung up on. Are you still there, Kasi? Because my internet just went out and I had to switch to my. When it gets really cold out here, hold on. Yeah, when it gets really cold out here, it fucks with my internet from time to time. So I think I lost Kasi. We'll see if we can get somebody to come back on. But unfortunately, if that happened, that happened. Sorry. Yeah, I switched to my phone as a hotspot, which actually works shockingly. It gives a strong enough bandwidth to be able to stream, which is amazing. Oh, I love that. Okay, thanks, man. I thought so. Okay, that's awesome.
Call from.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Hi, Will.
Hi.
How am I on if I'm watching you live and you're talking? Oh, I rewound.
No, man. There's a delay between real time and what you see streamed.
Yeah, I know, but all right. So anyway,
This isn't Dina. People on the chat.
Erica.
Oh,
I said it's the other Erica.
The other. Okay, thank you.
The other Erica.
People are going Dina, but no, it's not Dina. It's
No,
the other Erica.
no. See, no, I just changed it to the other Erica because you guys say Erica all the time, and every time you do, I break my neck. Oh, so excited someone's talking about me, and it's never about me. and now they want Tina. What the fuck?
No, man, you've got everyone's attention. Now make it good. Don't fuck this up.
All right. Well, anyway, I was so happy to meet you at the courthouse, and I think we got off on the wrong foot, and like I made you like not like me.
How did that happen? I don't remember meeting anybody that I don't like.
because I told you. I mean, I told you that that I wasn't like crazy about you. I wasn't crazy about Turtleboy either. I wasn't crazy about you when I, first, saw you whenever years ago. But now you're the only paid membership that I have, and that's all. And
That's got nothing to do with how I feel about you. I didn't even know that. You just
well, no, I told you that.
okay.
And
Well, that didn't
like,
mean
you were like, what didn't you like about me?
oh, well, I mean, I'm
And I was
probably
like,
I'm probably joking around.
No, yeah, all right. I just felt like you didn't like me. Anyway. Oh, so, and one other thing. I'm writing a parody song, and I just wanted to get some facts straight. You were in the courthouse with Nan, right?
A couple times,
and,
yeah.
And you guys had like the running joke, because she was taking notes. Was that you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I just want everything to be correct.
Okay.
I'll send it to you when it's done.
Okay.
That's all.
Right on. All right. Well, thanks, Erica, for calling. I appreciate it.
Nice talking to you. Well,
you too. Bye.
We'll see you next time.
All right.
Call from
Angie.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Hey, Will, it's Angie.
How are we doing, Angie?
Hi, been better. Fortunately, it's a sad day. We've got to go to a funeral today, but I figured I'd call and say I'm glad you had a good trip.
I'm sorry for your troubles. Thank you, by the way. Appreciate that.
Yeah, it looked like it was fun. I was like, I want to be there. It looked like so much fun.
Yeah, I mean, we weren't there to have fun, even though,
right.
One thing I've learned is if I'm in court with Erica Walsh, we're having fun. we're still having fun. But yeah, we're not there to really have fun, but we make it fun. I guess we're just driven by the confidence that Aiden's innocent, and there's no way, with all the support that he has, there's just no way that anybody's going to be able to stand for this,
Absolutely. Yeah. I had to laugh at Nurse Kim yesterday because she was talking to Mr. Betterow about how they all looked like they coordinated colors, and he was just like, this is something we do every day. This is what lawyers do. They wear suits.
Yeah.
Because they were all in the same color. But they all looked great. So,
yeah.
I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I make the mistake because I know I'm going to go to a nice restaurant with Mark if I meet him,
right.
And it's 99% the same place every time. But I learned already from last time that I don't need to wear the blazer I wore to court to meet for dinner, even though it's a nice restaurant, because Mark is going to show up in a hoodie and, he's going to show up comfortable. He's good. So I'm I'm not going to dress to impress him, So I'm
right.
Yeah. So yeah. So I learned that way. I'm just okay, I don't even need to take my blazer. And then I forgot about my blazer and left it in my hotel room.
Oh no.
So, but whatever. But yeah, it was Mark is gonna be comfortable.
Right. Right. Yeah, it's kind of like me, I'll get dolled up head to ankle, and then I'll wear flip-flops because I'm from Hawaii, so that's normal for me. So
right.
I'm not going to wear heels. Not well. I'm 5'11", so I'm not going to wear heels anyway. But
In the summertime,
'cause
when I do live streams, I'm in nothing but a thong from the waist down. So I think they call it a banana hammock, as it were. So, of course, you're not going to see that because I'm sitting down.
right. So I don't know if you're looking for another case or anything, but Melanie just started randomly covering this case in Georgia today, and it is wild.
Okay. Well, I mean, I imagine if Melanie's covering, it's probably pretty wild. She gets pretty passionate about the cases she covers, and there's usually a reason.
Right. And well, she wasn't even planning on, like, she did no like pre-trial stuff for it. Like, Law and Crime just had it starting today, and she's like, I'm going to cover this one because I don't know what else to cover, essentially. Is
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
So,
why not?
And
Like
that's
just being
insane.
That's just being a good Melanie Little right there. You know what I'm saying? Being the Melanie Little that people who support her, are hoping would happen is, tell us about the cases that you're thinking about. We want to know. You know what I mean?
Right.
So yeah, man.
But yeah, it's Georgia versus Eldrick Faust, Faust.
People forget, man. Melanie Little was on Court TV and News Nation and all that shit before the Karen Reed case was even a thing. Like
right.
Like people,
people
forget
it's a wild case.
that some of us existed before Karen Reed did.
Right. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you had a good time, and I didn't mean to make it sound like court is fun because court's not fun.
No,
but
I know. No. I was just when people say that, I have to I feel like I have to be, and
right.
be all clear and be like, just to make it clear, court's not supposed to be. But everyone already fucking knew what you meant. I knew what you meant.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad that everybody got to hang out. Like, I'm hoping maybe I'll win the lottery and get to come up there one of these times. Maybe not for court, but for a happier occasion at least.
Yeah, like fundraisers and things like that. Yeah, I definitely enjoy those trips up to Boston a lot more. But I'm happy and proud to support whoever I'm supporting when I go up to attend a hearing.
Right. All right. Well, have a good day, Will, and talk to you later.
You too. Bye.
And bye, chat rats.
Thanks for calling. Bye.
Okay, bye. Bye.
Call from.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Lisa.
Hi, Lisa.
Hi, Will.
Hi, Lisa.
How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm good. I just wanted to say I'm glad you had a wonderful trip. I'm sorry I missed you guys, everybody, and missed Regina's Pizza. And I'm glad you hooked up with Richie from Microdots.
Yeah, man. Like, dude is.
That was cool.
Yeah. Some of you might be like, how come people might be like, well, how come Microdots still has a wrench? It's because I know Microdots is like, yeah, like that's one thing that I don't ever even have to even like, there's never going to be a surprise. Microdot sucks. That's never going to fucking happen. So
never. He's the best, and you're the best.
Yeah. There's just some people who without any doubt whatsoever, they're not going to use their wrench to get at somebody fucking for whatever personal reasons they might have against somebody.
Absolutely.
But
absolutely, he doesn't get involved in that.
Right. Yeah.
But next time you come, I'm going to make it to court or fundraiser or whatever.
Yeah, that would be cool.
You had a fun trip.
Yeah, I mean, a big part of the reason why I go up there is to meet you guys, so anybody who can make it to these things, man, please do, because I'm hoping, that I can attract and get people to show up who will, they'll take, there'll be more incentive for them to go because like how often does Glare get to come up? So I want to meet the Glare. You know what I mean? If I have any influence in that direction, I want to be able to use it to help Aiden. Same with Karen Reed. It's the same thing.
Right. I'm glad I got to meet you with them one day, though. That was cool. But I'll be at more.
Yeah,
I'll
right
be at
on.
more.
Right on. I hope I get to meet you next time.
You will. Again. You forget me. But I'll be there. I just got out of the hospital, so I had to lay low for a while. So
yeah,
I wasn't able to go. But I'm glad you had a fun weekend.
Yeah, I did. Thank you so much.
Good. I'll see you next time.
All right. You too. Bye.
All right. Bye, Will.
Call from
Bob Cosgrove.
Oh, you're back. Welcome back. Specially appointed prosecutor,
Yeah.
Robert Cosgrove.
Yeah, what happened to the antenna? Something happened.
Yeah, my antenna took a so I had to use a makeshift antenna from my telephone.
Yeah, sometimes you got to get a coat hanger and tin foil. I mean, they break.
Pretty much, yeah.
Anyways, I just wanted to call and finish the conversation. It was good to see you, good to meet you. It was a good time. I'll let you take other calls. I don't want to, take up all your time here, but good meeting you, Will Glare, and Turtle Duff.
Yeah, you too, man. You too. It was really awesome meeting you, and I'm really glad we got to hang out for sure.
Yeah, me too. Well, are you going on the 27th?
That's not on my bingo card at the moment.
Okay.
But
right.
I mean, I'm definitely going back. I just don't know if that's going to be the hearing that I have to be a little bit more conservative of how I spend my expenses here when it comes to going to Boston and whatnot. I have to just be a little bit selective because I can't just do that anytime. And I
get it. It's expensive.
I also have to consider possible future expenses here at home that I may be dealing with soon. So, understand I have a life here too, and things happen and changes may need to take place. Significant changes in my life may need to take place, and I may have to steer my expenses towards those things, but anytime that I can go to Boston, guaranteed I will.
Great. It was good to have you. You're welcome here anytime. You don't have to check in with anybody. I guarantee it.
Yeah, no, and you guys always make me feel that way. And it was, again, it was important, this trip, obviously because it's important to support Aiden. But also I'd never gotten to hear Mark argue. And I really wanted to see that, and I got a great seat for that, and it was definitely what I hoped it would be. The outcome, not necessarily, but he killed it. He did the best he possibly could. Nobody could have argued that motion as good as he did, and he fucking killed it.
He was on fire, man.
Yeah. So that's. Yeah, so I came out, for that, and obviously for the always default reason is to go out there, support the supporters, support Aiden. That's what I'm out there for.
Absolutely. Well, next time you can come down the Cape, you can stay here for free. Show you around.
The Cape. I like the sound of that.
Cape. Absolutely.
Right.
All right, Will Glare, thanks for having me on your presentation.
That's always a pleasure. Thanks, man. See you later.
Have a good day.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Call from
Jessica.
Oh, she hung up, which gives me the room to give specially appointed prosecutor Robert Cosgrove his applause. You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Call from
Jessica.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Jessica.
Hi, Jessica. How are we doing?
I'm good. Thank you for going out to Massachusetts.
Thank you for having me in Massachusetts, or
No,
sending me out to
I'm not from
Massachusetts.
Massachusetts.
Well, thank you for supporting the channel and making it possible for me to do that. Appreciate it.
Well, I do have a question.
Mm-hmm.
You're doing so much members only, and I'm a member, so it doesn't affect me. But do you think you're doing too much members only?
No. I mean, no. I don't think I am. I think that I'm just running my content as honestly and forthcoming as I possibly can. If there's nothing, if I go live just to go live, I'm the kind of guy that will say, hey, I'm just going live just to kick it with you guys. And I'll do that. But sometimes there's just nothing to really talk about. And sometimes the only thing to talk about is something petty. And that type of content is going to be reserved for petty streams. So if there just so happens to be only petty shit to talk about, and I happen to go live more with members only, and it just happens to fall under that, then it is what it is. But that's just depending on anything new that comes in my direction. But I do try to. I always try to hang out with my regular subscribers, as much as I possibly can too. So I never go more than a couple of days. Just because I was doing so many petty streams for like a week or two there, it doesn't mean that I was deliberately, neglecting my regular subscribers.
No, and like I said, I'm a member and I'm happy. I just saw a few people be upset that it was members only again, but you have the right to run your channel any way you want, and I love you. I just don't want you to lose subscribers because of it, is my whole thing.
Right. Well, here's the way I look at it, though, is if I lose subscribers, then I lose subscribers, I mean, if I'm not living up to your standards of how often I should go live, then I guess I'm not living up to your standards. Well, I don't mean you. I'm saying, generally speaking, if I'm not living up to your standard of how often I go live, well, then I apologize that I'm not living up to your standard. But it is what it is.
No, you live up to my standards. I get concerned for the little guy, I guess. And
me too.
But no, I think you're great.
Me too. Yeah, I mean the trouble that taking so many wrenches could potentially cause me, just the headache that it could cause me, is it pales in comparison to, or at least as far as importance goes, and what's important to me, to the fairness of the random subscriber who might get hidden for no fucking reason that has anything to do with my channel.
The wrench thing, yeah, the wrench thing. I think you're at 100% right. It's your channel. You need to take control of it. So I think that's perfect.
Right.
I don't want to take your time. I think you're great. I love you, and keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you so much. And that's the thing is I'll let you go before I take the next call. Thank you so much for calling. I appreciate it.
No, I have one more thing.
Okay.
Thank you for going to Massachusetts for those that can't go, because I'm in Indiana. So.
See, I love that. That means the world to me, man. For people to look at it that way is a blessing for me,
Yeah.
So
I love you. Get on to your next caller.
All right. Thanks so much.
All right. Bye-bye.
Yeah. See, that's the thing, is I'll take that call in a second. That's the thing is, dude, like I put this shit on do not disturb so calls don't go through. I'm going to open the lines again in a second, but I wanted to make that point and I already forgot what fucking point I was going to make. Yeah, I do live a little differently. Yeah, the point I was going to make is that I'm selective to the people that I give wrenches to. And part of what I make the judgment of when I give a wrench to somebody is whether or not part of that it goes is based on whether or not I think that they actually give a shit that they have a wrench. I look at that person and be like, are they gonna really give a fuck that they have a wrench? And if they don't, then yeah. And then I'm, that's part of it. But if they act like, if I assess that they're going to be anything other than grateful, like, oh man, cool. You thought of me enough to give me a wrench because you like my comments, or you think that I would, be helpful to your chat because I love the chat here so much. Anybody who thinks outside of those lines when it comes to a wrench is usually somebody that I could spot pretty well, and they're not going to get one. Like I try to go for the people who don't really give a shit one way or the other. So, right. I've seen that so many times. And I think that it's pretty public knowledge and understanding how I feel about that. So that's why I feel like whatever's happening is happening behind the scenes, obviously, because I can't catch it and I can't look at the chat and go, holy shit, it's this person doing it. And the truth is I'm really hoping that I am wrong in that it is a glitch in YouTube that they just haven't fixed yet, which I don't believe is the case, but because it's just been so goddamn long. But I have handled this in that regard this entire time, just as, under the assumption that it is a YouTube glitch, until now it's gotten to a point to where I'm like, it's always like people in circles, and I'm just like, okay, I don't know who likes who, and I can't keep. I was actually just talking to Erica about this at Regina's. I was just like, I can't keep up with anymore. Like, who gets along with who after they weren't getting along with them, and who's not getting along with anybody after they were getting along with them, and I can't keep up with that anymore. I never really could. And so, my default solution temporarily or indefinitely is a better way to put it, is to just, be way more selective as to who I give wrenches to. That's all. Right. So does Cherry. That's why Cherry has a wrench too. But Cherry has proved that. Right. Exactly. And there's just some people who don't, and it's become hard to tell these days who, and it sucks because there are people who I'm like pretty goddamn sure that, wouldn't fucking abuse it. But, you never know. Somebody might be in a fucking bad mood and be spiteful towards somebody else. And then it's just easier to just, or somebody secretly doesn't like me and they think it's more fun to just fuck with my audience, and I just can't keep up with that shit anymore. No, and again, that's what bothers me, and that's why it was such a such a difficult route to go down because it was the only solution, but I let it go for as long as I did, you know, because I truly trust my judgment when it comes to people I give wrenches to. You know what I mean? And I don't want to believe that anybody who I would give a wrench to would abuse it. So I can't wrap my head around it. So that's why I can't pinpoint, oh man, it might be this person. I wonder if it's this person or this person. Everybody on the same level to me pretty much is people who I just don't think would. But I got to fix this problem. You know? Shut up, Erica. Right. Yeah. Like if Aiden were to take my wrench right now, I'd be like, dude, I don't fucking blame you. This shit is fucking crazy. I can't. I imagine it's worse for him. You know, I imagine it's way worse for him. Like it would be naive to think that it's not. You know what I mean? So if that's the route he goes down, hopefully fucking people are just as understanding about it as they are in here, you know, because I love having a wrench in Aiden's chat. I do. I'm in that chat very often and I interact with everybody and I love interacting with people and everybody's really nice. And I like being able to drop links to certain channels from time to time. From time to time, Aiden will bring somebody up and say nice things about them. And I like being quick with dropping their links in the channel just so I can help promote smaller channels if I can, you know, or channels that even if they're not smaller, people can fucking, you know, one of those cases where it's like, yo, you know, you're missing out if you're not watching these people. So I like being able to do that stuff too. You know, but and I like might time somebody out just for being a fucking asshole, like being a directly just shitty fucking asshole. But at most it's a timeout, you know, like I'm not going to hide somebody on unless they're just a fucking obvious bot troll, you know? Yeah. All right, man. Hold on. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna call it actually. You know, I already closed down the phone lines. I'm gonna wrap up the stream. We've been going for 4 hours, folks. So that's my trip to Boston, my latest trip to Boston. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. It was definitely interesting, but I had a great time. And Erica's got a channel now, man. Make sure to subscribe to Erica's channel. Actually, I'm gonna drop that link in chat right now. Was that right? You've only got one video up and you only have 25. How do you only have 25 subscribers after streaming the hearing? That's crazy. Oh, it's a different, okay. Well, see, this sucks. This is the bad. Okay, well, Cherry, if you know the right channel, can you please drop it for Erica? That would be really awesome. Yeah, it has to be the wrong channel. I was going to say it has to be the wrong channel. Yeah, I was going to say, yeah. And I would just tell her to drop it, but I took a wrench, so she can't drop it in the chat. This is the downside of having to take so many people's wrenches. Bugs me. I hate that shit. Oh, okay. It's called We Got Questions. Gotcha. Okay. Oh, there's a few channels with a very similar name. Because it's not Ministries. Hold on. Let me try it in one word. Okay, Cherry just dropped it. Well, I want to subscribe to it too. There we go. I found it. There we go. And I am subscribed to it. Okay. All right. Cherry dropped it in the chat. I'm going to drop it again. And so here it is. There you go. So make sure to subscribe to Erica Walsh's channel. We Got Questions, and she's going to go live, so make sure to go check it out. And yeah, I'm going to go ahead and jump off here, folks. I'm really grateful to you guys. You guys have you guys are great. I love you guys very much. Remember, it only takes a second to stay safe, and we all will do this again very soon, my friends.
Watch out!
Today, being retarded means leading a full life. Retarded people go to work or school just like the neighbors and come back to a real home. A supervised home, right in the neighborhood, where they belong. Being retarded never stopped anyone from being a good neighbor.